All right, I'll call to order the committee of the whole meeting at 5:30. And first up, anything for the good of the order? No. So we do have, well, the mayor's online now. I see you. Your video's on. I know Councilmember Napolitan will be joining virtually and mentioned due to illness, she would be keeping the video off. So on that. And Councilmember Schaefer said he is coming, but he's running a little late. So with that, nothing else for the good of the order. We'll go to our first discussion item, land use element. Director Thomas.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Anybody we're not talking quite yet. This evening we're bringing forward 2 items for the cow. Both of these have been worked on pretty much for the last several months, and they are ready for prime time review. So the first one we're going to look at is the land use element, the goals and policies. Once we get to the goals and policies, then we'll bring the entire element, which would be inclusive of the goals and policies, plus all the background information. Our second item is our land use capacity, which is pretty meaty. So make sure and ask any questions that you have. And if you have questions down the road, please feel free to email me, but please don't email all of council, and then we'll start to track them internally and start to response. This evening we have Nicole from AHPL here. She is our lead consultant and has done a lot of the work on our housing element and our analysis. So Nicole, why don't you take it away?
Great. Thank you, Laura. Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening. And I will pull up my slides now so we can get underway. Oh, it looks like I'll need permission, please. In the meantime, I just wanted to emphasize we did provide a read ahead in terms of a memo that went out to you. And we wanted to give 2 different versions of that list of goals and policies to you. One shows the original language being the current comprehensive plan with strikeouts and comments and additions so you could see where those changes are proposed. The second version is a clean copy. So if you prefer to see things kind of as they're proposed to be at the end state, you can do that. You can look at that version, or you can go back and forth in between. So I just wanted to be able to provide a couple of different options, knowing that people like to review things different ways. Okay, thank you. And it looks like you can see my screen now, my slides, so I'll begin. I wanted to start off with the purpose of the land use element. This may be a refresher, but just wanted to go through some of the high points here. One of the reasons why we have a land use element within the context of the state's Growth Management Act is to ensure an adequate supply of land. As you might remember, these plans are for 20 years into the future. So we need to look at what the population projection is going to be for the year 2044. Also, what is the employment projection for the year 2044? And of course, there's so much uncertainty around all of that, but we just try to work with a likely scenario and make sure that the city is providing that adequate supply of land. That can be within the boundaries itself, but it can also include urban growth areas because those count towards the sort of future capacity, working under the assumption that annexation could occur. Next, we want to ensure that we establish land use patterns that make sense for the city, and we need to take into consideration the form of the built environment. So, you know, where your buildings are, where what the spatial relationships are. We have to think about transportation. We have to think about other infrastructure. All those things come into play. Land use element also provides a foundation for the other elements, and I'll show a little picture of that in a moment, but the idea being that the land use element is the primary focus area of the comprehensive plan, and the other elements relate to it, but we want to always kind of emphasize that the land use element is probably one of the most important parts of the comprehensive plan. And then finally, we are looking at identifying goals and policies that provide a framework for your future decisions and actions, primarily related to land use, but it could also be related to your budget or programs you have in the city, these types of things, because they might relate back to what you're trying to do in terms of your land use element. So here's a little picture to kind of give you a visual. This, I have to credit Naomi for the idea, but she talked about how it's kind of like the head of the octopus is the land use element. And so you can see all these other elements are related. They're part of the same body, if you will, but this just gives you an idea of how these elements might relate. I also want to call out public involvement is listed here because it's a super important part of our process. We do not have a separate element called public involvement, but that's woven throughout the plan. But we wanted to call that out specifically. And then you'll also see that in the coming years, you'll be adding a climate element that's not required at this point, but it will be required in a future year in the city of Duval and other King County cities, according to their timeline. Also, I just wanted to explain some of the inputs that we considered when we were formulating some recommended and proposed policies. Of course, the Puget Sound Regional Council Vision 2050 plan is super important. That sets forth a lot of guidance for cities that cities are expected to kind of follow on with, depending on their regional geography category that they've been put in. Of course, Duval is treated a little bit differently than, say, a high capacity transit community or a metro city. Instead, we recognize that it's a smaller town on the outskirts, but nonetheless, there are a number of goals and policies that are being proposed to fit in with the Vision 2050 plan, which is the regional plan for growth. In addition to that, the King County countywide planning policies, it's a massive document and it covers so much different information. And we need to make sure that we are also consistent and compliant with those requirements. And then also on just a broad scale, as you might imagine, and we've talked about, there's been so many changes to the Growth Management Act and other recent legislation on a statewide basis. And so we're looking at all of that and trying to make sure that we're incorporating the right kind of goals and policies for moving forward with respect to those. So what are we trying to accomplish here? We're trying to align with our adopted growth targets. We want to allow infill development where it makes sense. We're called upon to do that. And also have a look at better housing affordability. There's a whole bunch of other things that we could list here, but these are just three really important factors that I wanted to be sure to call out to you. One change that we're proposing, and I'll be excited to hear your feedback on this, what you think, is instead of having the goals and policies structured in the same way that they have been in the past and in the same way that we're continuing or proposing to do it for the other elements, we were thinking about listing some goals for the city pertaining to land use, and then list out policies separately and organize them by theme. So the idea is that one goal could have many different policies that it relates to. You could say that about the other elements as well, but we just wanted to kind of give that organizational structure to the document in recognition that there can be a one-to-many relationship, and we just want to call out that these things are very dynamic. And then another thing I wanted to talk about is just what our drafts look like right now and what we're trying to produce in the final document. So as you read along, you'll see in our different drafts that we've got these policies listed, and then we've put an initials with many of them. We scrubbed it for the goals and policies one for land use. We'll have to go back in, but basically what we want to do is identify what other elements are relatable to the given policy. So in this case, this policy about low impact design, I took away the first three icons. Those are for housing, parks, trails, and open space and economic development, because it doesn't weigh as heavily in those arenas, but certainly it relates to transportation, capital facilities, and environment sustainability. So what I wanted to explain is that on our document, we plan to have this iconography presented to show these relationships and to make it really easy for readers when they're going through to see just how dynamic this is, how much the city has thought about these different issues and opportunities. Okay, now I'll just give you a quick intro to the existing goals that you would find in the current plan. I've paraphrased these or kind of just distilled them down real quick, just for the sake of brevity. But of course, you have access to all of that information. So I'll just go through these quickly. We want to preserve, maintain, and enhance the small town character, support Old Town as a public destination with a historic character, ensure that building and site design align with the policies that are adopted, ensure mixed use development where it's appropriate, allow for multiple housing types, and enable opportunities for development and redevelopment. And then a few more: provide connectivity between destinations, foster community through the arts, engagement, historic preservation, and so forth. Duval wants to be a tourist destination with cultural activities, arts, and festivals. A keyword here is we want to create a vibrant economy. Next, this one's more technical in nature: ensure that urban growth area annexations are consistent with existing land use and don't have negative impacts on the city's finances, the bottom line. And then finally, showcase and preserve the natural beauty in and around Duval. So we are proposing to maintain all of those goals. We have proposed some wordsmithing here and there for your consideration and feedback. Additionally, we've proposed a new goal, which is we got some great help from Larissa on your staff. She actually compiled this, and I think it's really great because it puts a lot of things really into focus here. Develop and maintain land use patterns that protect natural systems and foster a diverse, connected, and sustainable environment where residents and visitors alike can thrive. And the idea here is to sort of bring in a lot of these different themes and really speak to your vision for the city. Oh, I also wanted to make sure that I mentioned that we've put in some changes just for clarity purposes and also for inclusivity purposes related to equity and making sure that we're talking about a welcoming environment in Duval. And a lot of this also is related to what we heard at community engagement activities in the city. So we're incorporating all of that feedback that we've heard along the way while we look at all these other sources that I was talking about. So as I mentioned, we're talking about reorganizing these goals and policies. The policies could be organized by topic, and then you would remember that they could apply to one or many goals. And these are the different themes that we're using right now in the draft. So this is what you would have read through looking at the policies and how they've been sort of reorganized. I took some time to make sure that we were very clear about what's not what we propose to not keep or maintain, maybe because it's repetitive or it's kind of outdated. And then there's the other areas where things have been combined. I may not have made a note on that, but if you see something that's kind of longer than before, maybe it was combined with another. And I only showed the track changes where something had actually been proposed to be changed. A lot of things just moved around. So I did not note that because it didn't seem as important as just knowing what the new proposed language is. Okay, my last couple slides here, I'll just go through the proposed new policies. There's many in the document, but there's a few I wanted to highlight tonight. So under the category of LU1, which is our theme for citywide policies, the first is encouraged land use decision-making in accordance with the public interest and laws, including the Local Project Review Act, while protecting the general health, safety, and welfare of Duval residents. I think this is important to add just to be very clear about the city's obligations under these requirements. This has already been done. It's not that this wasn't done before, but we just want to articulate this more specifically in the plan. So we wanted to weave this in. And then under LU 1.7, this talks directly about the relationship of the future land use map and the zoning map. So the proposed language is that we would administer the city's zoning map to implement the Flume directives in the comprehensive plan, ensuring compatibility among uses and adequate buffers or transitions between zones. We also wanted to add a little bit about the opportunity for development agreements to be introduced. And so that's also listed here at the end, established development agreements under, we cite the RCW for alternative development standards. And that's creating an opportunity for flexibility or to attain certain community objectives. One example might be affordable subsidized housing, things like that. Land use policy 1.8 in our draft says provide incentives such as density bonuses or relief from specific requirements, typically parking, could be other things, to encourage challenging projects, particularly affordable housing. And of course, the housing element goes into a lot more detail about housing, but we thought this was important enough to call out in the land use element specifically. The next one, I won't read all of this, but it's about urban design standards and site design and how permitting works. And in recognition that sign code stuff is super important in the city, but needs to be done in the right way within the framework of constitutional free speech principles, things like that. The next category is community character, which we love. So we talked about prioritizing services and expanding access opportunities for persons of color, low-income individuals, and communities that have been historically underserved. And this really has to do about equity, improving quality of life, and addressing longstanding inequities. This is one of the things that's definitely driven by King County, countywide planning policies, as well as the PSRC Vision 2050 plan. You can even read a summary on their website about the 2050 plan. And one of the first things you'll see is that they're talking about, transportation investment and equity. Those are two key topics right now. Next, consider form-based regulations and other alternatives to the traditional zoning methods. Under LU4, building and site design consistency, we call out the GMA goals and all these things I've been talking about specifically. We also call out that there's adopted growth targets that we're working towards. And a new one here, encourage landscape buffers between incompatible development types. And one of the things that we try to look for that isn't always really captured with the GMA checklist or a lot of the policies that come down from the state or regional and county sources. It's just that the idea of compatibility. So I'm always looking for that in the plans that I'm working on. Mixed use development has its own place in the list of policies. And so we've written continue evaluating the housing needs of Duval in accordance with the regional growth strategy. That's a reference to the Vision 2050 plan, and encourage that development reflects these goals. Economic development, of course, we do have a standalone economic development element, but these were the things we wanted to bring out as being very important to drive the whole city plan in the land use element. So we have for that support the establishment of regionally significant facilities that provide substantial public benefits and contribute to the diversification of Duval's economy. This is actually something that you need to address in your land use element per GMA requirements. Next, support existing businesses to prevent displacement during market changes, growth, and development. And then the last one is about encouraging an inclusive community and ensuring that marginalized communities aren't disproportionately impacted with land use decisions. Pretty tall order, but all very important stuff. I'm going to stop sharing that for a moment so I can switch over to the future land use map if that sounds good. Laura, maybe you can give me a little direction on that if that's good, or if you want to stop for conversation or questions.
And just do a quick check-in, do you have any comments so far in the presentation or the materials that we've provided?
Councilor Ryan.
Yeah, you kind of hit on it at a high level and reading through it, there's any of the removal, some of them have clarity, it says repetitive or, it's pretty obvious in some of them, but there's several removals that just say removed. And there's no justification or explanation as to why. My assumption, but I don't want to assume it, is that it's because everything is either repetitive or no longer needed, but there are certain things here that are specific goals of the city that are just removed. And so what was the process of deciding something was supposed to be removed? An example I'll use, like, there was some out that was like a gathering area or something in Old Town. Yeah, consider developing a public plaza in Old Town area. So let's just delete it. Who made that decision? Is there a process that the city staff decided? Did it come through city council and I just wasn't here?
So we are in the process now. This is all, proposed for you and open for conversation. We'll also be talking with the planning commission about this. In particular, the discussion about a plaza in Old Town. We did get feedback from staff on that one that they didn't think that was something that the council or the city still plans to do in the next 20 years, if I remember right. So that was one that obviously could be retained, but we thought it was better to slip that one out at this point if that's not something that really has a lot of impetus or clear direction.
I'll address it too a little bit. It was because we don't really have the resources and the area where we have to purchase land in Old Town. We were also thinking about the economic impact of purchasing a parcel that might be either Midtown or Old Town. Originally, the community, the last couple of cycles, looked at potentially purchasing the Giuliani property, which is the one in back. But the last time we checked in with them on potential purchase, it was prohibitively expensive. And it's really small once you take out right of the way. And that's really the only area that we could identify in that, within the boundaries of.
Okay. So I'm not necessarily focusing on that one aspect. I'm just saying in general, when something's removed, I just want to make sure that we, as a whole, the city, would follow the process of agreeing that it should be removed, especially if it's not just combined somewhere because it's repetitive. That's all I'm asking. Make sure that process would circumvent just because we know it's not going to happen.
Yeah, and that's a really good point. And what we did is, besides reorganization clearly and new, like sometimes if it was accomplished, we remove it as well. That's why we provided the strike and delete version and the new version, so that the work that we've done, not just to this level, but level as well.
Councilmember Napoli and then Mercer.
Yeah, thanks. That's actually a really good point. Just to remember that they weren't all just repetitive, that, to take a closer look, and the community should take a closer look in case there are things that were taken out that weren't just repetitive. And that's actually a really good example. Because when we've talked about a more campus type design for a city hall, we've talked about, how we could create some kind of community plaza or community area to connect all of that. So, I'd probably prefer to leave that. 20 some years is a pretty long time frame. And if we can't do it now, it doesn't mean it couldn't happen at some point, and that it isn't a good aspirational idea, which is, a lot of what the comp plan is. So to get to my other concern, and maybe there will be a question at the end where we can submit possible edits, but for example, LU 1.7, which was implementing the future land use map and using development agreements. I think it should be that we just consider that, and also consider using development agreements. It the way it's written, it looks like the idea is that we will. I think it is a good idea to just consider it. And in addition, for example, in LU 1.8, it also talked about using incentives, and such as waiving parking or reducing parking standards or density bonuses. that's something I'm not 100% on board with. I think those parking standards are there for a reason. We don't have transit in the frequency that would be required to have a carless type living situation, and I'd be a little nervous about that. So I don't know if I'm comfortable with that. So there's just a few things in here that I'm not completely comfortable with. So I don't know if we're going to go through a process of requesting edits, but I would appreciate that.
I'll go ahead and respond to that really quick. We obviously are open to edits, and those edits recommendations would come in the form of an email to both Naomi and myself, and then we'll share those with Nicole. And then we'll bring back for consideration those edits, and then at the end of the day, planning commission needs to weigh in as well. They're weighing in tomorrow. And then we would come back council, and council would make those legislative decisions on those policies. And we could go through them, pretty much one by one, because I don't think there's gonna be 20 pages. I think there'll be a couple of pages of edits. We came into this just trying to hit a target, right, somewhere, because we get a lot of information and we're trying to balance kind of everything, right? And so, kind of going to what Councilman Kaplan said is, like, you have parking, you have density, but there's a lot of things that you can look at. And it doesn't have to be exclusive or one. We try to put in there what that could look like. And so if parking's not one of those items, for housing, maybe it is for economic development, right? Because we do want businesses to come in, and we have areas where it might be really tight to find parking, but maybe it's an area where we have street parking. So I don't want to just kick something out per se. I want to make sure that we have a good conversation. Maybe it's not appropriate for residential, but maybe it would be under some circumstances for job.
Councilmember Larson.
Yeah, I guess, sort of two kind of related comments to both of the questions that were already brought up. Is one is, given some of the refocused attention we've given to arts and cultural community, always been important, but we've obviously reinvigorated the cultural commission. I know there's been talks with Sarah Perry and others around a cultural district, which are not ready to do yet. So just sort of a call out, I was glad to see there were 3 or 4 items within the economic development that they're still in there. They don't just define specific targets, but they provide some flexibility to continue to invest and improve on those areas. The one thing I was going to mention just about the plaza, and I understand in terms of the current economic climate, other priorities in the city, that may not be in the sort of the cards, particularly with the land acquisition piece. The one thing I didn't see, and I knew it's touched on in the arts and open space a little bit, but within the broader land use, is some specific call outs around placemaking. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a plaza in terms of large, but creating places that are small, 1 or 2 people meet, or people can gather where they're not purely dependent on storefronts or business. I'm trying to think of something similar like pocket parks, but it could be an art installation, it's inventive, it could be such and such. But when we think about development, creating space for those opportunities when they present themselves, it would maybe be nice to have a specific goal or target around placement.
Questions or comments? Councilmember Schaefer.
I apologize for being late, so just to make sure I'm in the right context. Commenting on anything in the land use element right now. So, okay. The thing I guess that surprised me the most, and some of this I found a little bit shocking in fact, was this comparison map. That there's a link in the land use element that shows the current adopted, and then the proposed.
We're not quite at the map yet. That's the next one that we're gonna.
Oh, okay, good, okay. I'll hold my comments. Thank you.
Other questions, comments for now? I would just add quickly on the plaza comment that I felt the same. I love the idea of it. I realize it might not be practical, but I think Councilmember Mercer mentioned about maybe there's a way to generalize that and not make it so specific and capture some of that in like size, Big closet in everyone's head, is like a huge thing, right? But there might be a pocket park or something like that.
I think
so.
you'll definitely see an edit to that one, because I think Jennifer Napkin kind of said it well too, it's like, you know, you don't get rid of it, even if it's aspirational. So we'll go back, definitely, you heard that one.
That's it for now.
Okay, Nicole, if you wanna go ahead and bring up the land use map.
Sure. So what I'm showing now is a site that we've created for the purposes of just comparing maps. It can be really hard. I mean, I struggle looking at different maps on different pieces of paper, you know, going back and forth one to another and try to see where things are proposed to be changed. So we were hoping that this tool, this approach should be handy for you. So just to explain for a moment, this is your future land use map as amended back in 2021. So this was resolution 21-17. And the map and the resolution, or maybe on the city's website, does not look like this, but it has the same designations. So what I mean is that we've created kind of a new version, updating the parcel lines, for example, like down in this area in particular where a lot of development has occurred down at Big Rock, those areas. So you're going to see the current parcel lines and the current right of way, so current streets and everything like that. And then we've changed the colors in some cases, except for the residential stuff here. This residential stuff is, we're using the same color scheme that was in the original map. So that being said, what you can do is use this as a tool to go back and forth and see what we've proposed to do. To be very specific, we've proposed to consolidate a number of different land use designations and consolidate them into two land use designations. One would be RT, which would stand for residential traditional, and the other one would be RC, which is residential compact. Just to show the kind of a distinguished classification between the higher and lower intensity in terms of residential zoning. We're not proposing to change any of the zoning districts at this point. So
Can I just really quick?
Yes,
I want
please.
to make sure that that's well understood, 'cause I think that might be where some of the angst could be, is that our existing land use map is the exact same for the most part as our zoning map. And most of the time you have a land use map and you'll have like your lower residential is one classification and your kind of medium is one and your high density. So this doesn't change the zoning, it just consolidates traditional residential. And then above that traditional residential. So I want to make sure that that's clear. You'll see a zoning map eventually come through as part of this, but we don't want to do that zoning map until we have agreement on the future land use map.
Yes, thank you. And I also should mention that this is a key like policy piece right here. This is policy shown on a map because this really has to do with the spatial relationships in the city and setting forth the future preferences for where different intensities of land uses and different types of land uses would be. The other thing that you'll see, especially if you go through kind of close here, is there's a lot of additional area that's been marked with blue or green for the parks and open space or public facilities. So we've endeavored to do a real good cleanup. So we've identified those parcels that maybe a stormwater facility has been installed, or something else that warrants changing it from a residential designation to a public facilities designation. That's not to say that it couldn't remain in that residential designation, but we think it's a good practice to do it this way, so that people, where there's a signal to show that what's been put in the area, been installed, or evidence that something like that does exist. It also is going to help with land capacity analysis in the future, because the more we show that we have like all this residential land, it might give a false sense of what's actually in the ground and what's actually available for things like infill development. So when we show clearly where we have parks and open space lands, where we have public facilities lands, it really rounds it out and gives a clearer picture. So anyways, I would just invite you to, try this out at home and and view it, and then just think about some of these proposed changes that we're showing. Hopefully you find it pretty easy to make sense of the legend and go through and see this all. I did just notice one thing while talking about this. Our legend, we left off the, oh no, it's right here. I'm sorry, manufactured home park. I thought that was left off the legend when I saw that pretty teal color, but it is on there. So this is what we've got. We've also dated this map. It was prepared on the 25th of September. We might have some different iterations in the future. So I just wanted to be very clear about that too, that this is one scenario for draft consideration.
And I thought it might be helpful too, if we go through some of the items that we did change. And so Nicole did talk about the manufactured homes. And so before this, they were zoned, whatever kind of a zoning designation was in that particular neighborhood. And because we were thinking about trying to protect our affordable housing, we decided to go back and zone those as manufactured homes. And that was something that we've heard for council before, but also our community and our planning commission as well. A couple of other things that we did. So anything that's built out, so like Duval Village is now built out. The residential that was part of mixed use, we've broken that off just to say residential and what that designation would be. Because really, you're no longer gonna like develop it out as commercial. It is now residential units. They're fee simple lots. We did the same thing up at Toll Brothers where they have built out in like divisions 1, 2, 3, and now 4. The areas that are commercial remain commercial, but the areas that have built out at residential, we now acknowledge them as residential. And that's been done historically before when we've done comp plans.
If you wanna, is it a good time to take questions for Councilmember Napoli?
So I'm just looking at the yellow area that looks like it's near Doherty Farmstead. Was that always residential? That almost looks like where possibly the Catholic church is. I just don't remember that being residential up there.
You can see the underline that it was residential, so Nicole just scrolled over it. It's
What
not,
kind-
oh, sorry, go ahead.
I get, what kind of residential was it? I guess it's unclear.
R6, if I'm reading this right.
Is that the property that the church is already on, or am I just,
Yeah, it is on, yes, that is the case. A lot of times churches will go in residential zones, commercial zones, light industrial zones. We don't change the zoning designation traditionally when they're in residential zones.
So even when it's already been built out as something that's not residential, I'm just trying to understand
Correct.
why we wouldn't acknowledge that that is not residential. And
We just haven't historically. It doesn't mean that you can't, but you know, we'd have to figure out what are we gonna zone it? I would be hesitant to zone it to a commercial land because then it looks like we have commercial land that is going to have jobs. And what we're trying to do is really see where are we really gonna have jobs and starting to parse out our churches from that job target, which we also did some of that work this time as well. So it's just the methodology that we chose.
okay, that makes sense actually, since there isn't a designation that would be that kind of in between. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions right now in response? Councilmember Jaker?
So I got a series of questions just on different parts of the map. You
Yeah, I mean, you can do your 2 and then we'll check, but it is probably okay.
So the area we just talked about, the area that's just north of Cherry Valley, that shows yellow on the current map. I thought that was the city-owned property. It's the church-owned property?
It's Holy Innocents Church.
Okay, well, that's good. I misinterpreted that, because we do have a lot of an undeveloped plot up there, city does.
So we have Doherty Farmstead up there.
Yeah, and next to Doherty Farms is a, yeah, I guess it's still considered part of Doherty Farms, north. East of Doherty Farms is a undeveloped lot that I thought was the city's, but maybe I'm.
All of the green area up there is Doherty Farmstead parcel.
Okay, and the yellow is what?
And the yellow is
Okay, thank you. Down in, where we see, Duval Village. Currently, there's a part of that that's green, and if I scroll over, that all turns red. So it goes from city-owned open space to commercial, is that the recommendation?
So we're parsing out the sensitive areas to non-commercial. And then there's the parking lot that's owned by the city, so that's zoned. Say the land use is commercial, and then you also have the DFA site as well, that parcel. And then you have one other commercial lot that will show up as commercial. Everything that's built out that's residential will turn to a residential land use.
Right, so the space that's currently green and shows red would be developed, potentially developed for commercial?
No, so see, up here it's green.
Yeah, and we scroll over and it's red,
Okay, well, it shouldn't be red.
so it is.
The little bit red remaining is the parking lot, not the city parking lot, but the DFA piece,
Yes.
Which is
So
commercial
the-
zone.
Yes,
which is correct.
correct.
Okay, the DFA piece, but this shows, scroll slowly over Duval Village. If we can, the whole,
Sensitive areas.
is that a mistake maybe?
It's really light, it's within, there's like a darker red within the red, I think what you're not seeing is the red that's in here.
But this is the old view.
Okay,
Yeah, well, we should
maybe.
go back
yeah,
and
yeah.
I can see here.
City administrator right now, this is totally unrelatable.
Perfect, yeah.
Mayor just let me know that she's off, she's coming back online, it will be, looking into creating a car. Okay, I was thinking that was, that's like, and then she'll rejoin.
Yeah.
It's gonna look a little strange there because you have so many things going on. You have residential. you
Yeah,
have The open
okay.
space, which is our sensitive areas, and then you have commercial, and then you have right of way, you know, it's own right of way. So it looks even stranger.
okay, okay, yeah, so I did misinterpret, part of it. But part of it was I was concerned that the proposal involved essentially selling city land to developers, either commercial or residential, and I guess that's not the case with any of this.
Well, we only own the parking
Yeah,
lot,
right,
right?
right, okay, okay.
Oh,
Yeah, I think I was saying too, you had to sort of zoom in, I was
Yeah.
struggling the same way, because it's, the contrast is great.
Yeah,
I see what you.
well, and my television's the best, so.
so go ahead and then after we'll do Councilmember, well, she already went one round, so I'm gonna let him finish and then we'll come back to Councilmember.
Okay, let's see, and down in the park, what's currently are 3 parcel park areas on Big Rock. A couple of those turn yellow, which I think.
No,
is-
There. So that is the existing land use map, and when you scroll over to the new one, they turn green.
Oh, okay.
That's the sensitive.
Clarification.
Okay, good.
I should be posted on this side and current adopted, so when you move it, it almost swings like you're moving forward.
Then you,
Does that make sense? Like it's a little counterintuitive, so I think that's where some of the confusion is.
And if you, there's also the actual map standalone in the documents too, so I almost pulled that. And then you scroll the other ones, so you can see it.
Right, Councilmember Naplan?
Thank you. Yeah, is there any way we could get kind of an itemized list of things that have changed or are added? Just so, because sometimes it's kind of tricky just trying to go back and forth, especially with colors changing. It's just really hard. I heard you point out the one, which was the mobile home area being redesignated as mobile home, but and maybe this can come later, but is there anything else that you can think of that changed that would be of interest? And then the other thing I noticed is, maybe this is on purpose, but the parcel that the city owns as part of the Toll Brothers land that we're supposed to get back out of that 5 acres that we had owned prior to that development. We should be getting the 2 acres back, and it looks like that spot might be zoned commercial, and maybe that's always the intention for that city-owned piece of property to be zoned commercial. Is that a change, or is that always?
Just for re-clarification, this is a land use map and not a zoning map. So we're not changing the zoning of it. So MUI is the zoning for that area down there, but when you look at the land use map, that's the commercial designation. So it hosts our commercial zone, our mixed use zone, which is mixed use 12, and also mixed use institutional. So we have, so that's kind of that in a nutshell. Our big change was really, we had to go to a color code. We can no longer have like dots and squares and numbers because we can't run that through a building code system. So we have to go to just colors. That's why it looks so much different. And what we will do is we will do kind of like a change chart, but I will say, in general, the only things we changed were things that were public facility programs. We haven't rezoned anything at this point as part of this land use exercise, other than the mobile homes.
Councilmember Tebow?
I just have one question. Earlier you said that some of the areas were changed to non-commercial, but I don't see a legend for non-commercial.
So non-commercial, what we mean by that is open space.
Open
or
space,
parks.
okay. I just want to make sure I had it in my spot. We're good.
Yeah, so you'll see like the public facilities is kind of that periwinkle color. And then parks and open space is the green color. And then you'll see like the you'll have the UGA line. So one thing that we did do that I didn't know, so I mean, like even Spices just came out last week, right? And we've reviewed it, by the way, 4 times. 4 times. But you'll see the North UGA, we unpre-zoned it. It used to be R4, or I'm sorry, yeah, R4. And now we've just put it back into urban growth area reserve with no designation.
Other questions for now, or should we move on? Oh, Councilmember Schaefer?
Okay, and again, I guess the map has confused me, but the north urban growth area, Laura, you just said we put back just into the non-designated, just plain old UGA. Okay, that alleviates one of my, I thought we were proposing to annex that and zone it as commercial, or excuse me, residential.
It will really depend on how we want to try and manage our work.
Yeah, but that's not proposed on this map.
It is not proposed on that map.
Okay, yeah, I understand that may be a future consideration. And my final question is, I guess, and I think the answer to this is no, but I thought there was also increased densities of existing residential zones.
They're not upzoning.
Okay, that's what he says. Okay. Thank you.
And thank you, lots of good questions. Okay, we are going to start the next item, which is the land use capacity. Hopefully everybody's had the time for their life reading that. But this is something that we have to do not just for ourselves and our community, but this is how we get through PSRC, King County, and Commerce at the end of the day as well. And it's part of how we report future years to the county for, we used to call it building.
All right.
Nicole, take it away.
Thank you. So I'm going to try to go through this at just the right perfect level of detail, not more than you want to know, not less than you want to know. So you can tell me how I do by the end here. I'll do my best. So yes, we did a land capacity analysis, sort of a light version because we relied on some existing information as I'll share with you here in a moment. Okay, so just for a general frame of reference, what we're trying to do with a land capacity exercise is to figure out what's possible in the future in terms of development. We know that there's kind of a maximum, a minimum, always with zoning and different ways that people can do their projects. So we're trying to guess what could happen. So really what we're trying to do is look at the highest, sometimes they call it highest and best use, what's the maximum build out, so that we are making sure that we're not kind of over estimating things and getting ourselves in trouble in terms of not being able to support new development. So a land capacity is the maximum development or use that a selected area can support. And we have to think about negative impacts, be those environmental or social type. You're trying to maintain the balance. This is a approach that we use to make sure that cities and counties can determine how much growth an area can handle. And the land capacity analysis is the main feature of the county's urban growth capacity report. The other term for that is a buildable lands report, and that's the term in the state statute used for the Growth Management Act. So the idea is that they make counties go comb through all the city records on a pretty regular basis and report this information out. It's not for every county throughout the state that has to do it, but King County is one of the 6 or 7 counties that are included in a list of places where this needs to occur. And this, again, is all related to growth management. The picture to the right just kind of gives you an idea of the different things we're talking about. As you can see, the building footprints can vary. Development, it has constraints related to setbacks and height restrictions, things like that. So we try to be mindful of all those things. And then we also try to think about, okay, well, the X amount of development is going to need how much space for roads and stormwater infrastructure, and we're going to need schools. And so all those things are contemplated. So this is the previous findings. This is information from that King County Buildable Lands report that I was telling you about. They call it their Urban Growth Capacity Report. And a few things about this. The report came out in 2021. It was based on 2018 data, so it's already pretty outdated, which is a little bit of a challenge. What we saw in that report when they looked at the 2018 data is that Duval had grown at 105% of the speed which was needed to meet the housing target goal that was previously set for the year 2035. So you were right on track. It's pretty amazing because most cities, they either had a line above or below. Very few of them actually tracked as closely as Duval did. So pretty interesting to see that. This led the county to estimate that Duval could sustain the construction of 1,343 new homes, and that included anything that they considered pipeline. Pipeline is what we refer to for things that are vested development. So if you think about a preliminary plat, maybe it's been approved for construction. We know that there's going to be, say, 72 new units. We would count that as pipeline capacity. Also, I wanted to note there was no assessment for affordability ranges when they did this report back then. This is something that's new, that's done now. So we'll be talking about that in the coming slides. Oh, and then the last thing, as you can see in the bottom left-hand corner, they did the same pie chart, same categories for each city throughout King County. Duval's pie chart looked quite a bit different than the others in terms of capacity because you were trending so low in terms of density. A lot of low density, or excuse me, a lot of very low density, and then a super big supply of low density. And then, but the majority of it was the medium low density. You'll see that per their definitions, they didn't identify that there was any medium high density or high density capacity in Duval. This is a chart you may have seen before. This is the population growth. And I just wanted to include this here because I think it's helpful. This is from the housing element. And this just shows how your population's trended over time and looks at the annual growth rate as well. Oh, and I did want to note, Duval's growing faster than King County as a whole. Your average annual growth rate was 2.7% per year during this 23-year timeframe that we looked at. When we looked at the initial findings, we looked again at the urban growth capacity report, and we compared that to the numbers that have been most recently handed down by the county via their ordinance for the 2044 targets. That's the document I was talking about in my previous slide, showed the King County countywide planning policies. And if we just compare those numbers, we saw that there was ample supply for housing and a deficit for jobs. But that wasn't quite enough. We had to do more. We had to do more because in 2021, the legislature changed things. They passed House Bill 1220, which substantially amended a bunch of things that cities have to do planning for housing. This is because of the current housing crisis that we're in. The updates strengthened the GMA housing goals. It also said, well, we went from this statement that was to the statement that we have now. Now we have to plan for and accommodate housing affordable to all economic segments of the population of the state. And there's specific guidance and policies that King County has promulgated that talk about how specific that needs to be. It used to be kind of a broad brush. Now it's very specific in our approach. So how would we even do something like this? How would we evaluate land capacity for residential uses by income level? Well, what we decided to do was go with the model provided by the Department of Commerce. So not long ago, once we'd started this update, I think it was, they came out with their guidance in August of 2023, and they gave 6 steps to go through. So we looked at that and we used the data from the county to run through these steps. Now, this is another repeat slide. This is something you saw before related to housing, but as you know, there is a housing crisis in the state. And one thing that we look at often is a benchmark according to the area median income or median family income. They're interchangeable terms. This is used kind of industry-wide because HUD, the U.S. Housing and Urban Development Department, uses these types of numbers to look at subsidies and voucher housing, things like that. Those programs that they have all relate back to this. And so that's the benchmark or terminology that was used by King County and state of Washington looking at these types of things. So this is the statewide housing targets. This is a graphic from the Department of Commerce. This shows 1.1 million new homes will be needed in the next 20 years. And this shows the breakdown of how many homes they say we're going to need throughout the state among these different categories. And these different categories, again, relate back to that benchmark AMI. So if you are a person who earns at 100% of the AMI, that means that you are at the median of folks with the average income. That meaning that half the people around you earn less and half the people around you earn more in their households. So as you can see, the state has really identified that, okay, single family housing has been the traditional model where we've been building our communities out. Certainly it's the predominant land use for residential uses in Duval. They're saying that, look, we need to really start building more apartments, both that are subsidized and unsubsidized, and also things like middle housing. They're calling multiplexes middle housing, things like duplexes, stacked flats, things like that. So the idea is that if we start kind of changing the way that we're zoning cities, preparing preparing for development, and then also hopefully in the industry, they'll be building more of these homes among the spectrum. It'll help to solve this problem. This is also driven a lot by just low supply situation. So the idea is that we just add more supply and really focus on supply that can fit in with people's limits in terms of affordability, and so they can attain housing. That's an objective. This is what the same chart would look like for Duval. So this is the numbers that have been allocated to you by King County. They've said 890 new homes are needed over the next 20 years. They've also said that 170 emergency housing beds will be needed over the next 20-year planning period. And then it's broken down among these categories, as you can see here. So this kind of stuff's going to be taken care of on its own by the market. This is where market interventions would be needed. And they recognize that. So when we do our land capacity analysis, we can say, okay, we're going to have to assume here that some market intervention will take place, because obviously you're not going to be able to get there otherwise. And what the state's really requiring you to do is to show that you have the capacity for this housing, not that it will be built. You don't have to start building it yourselves or find people to build it necessarily at this point. Instead, you need to just show that you're prepared for projects that can attain this. So when we drilled down the numbers and we started sorting them out according to potential affordability categories, and that was really driven by density. That's really what they're looking at. We found that there was a surplus of homes that could be built for high earning households, and then a deficit on the lower end. So there's some different things that can be considered moving forward. These are just 4 different categories of things that could be considered. One is that you can always think about upzoning. However, in Duval, we're being realists here. We realize that there are some barriers to that. It's probably infeasible in some areas due to physical limitations where development hasn't already occurred. Kind of the idea is that a lot of the development fills in where it's easy to build and where you don't have a lot of challenges or critical areas. And then the lands that get left over that haven't been built out yet, those are probably the more challenging, expensive, or require mitigation, or maybe just shouldn't be developed at all. So yeah, that's the kind of thing we're thinking about with this upzoning scenario. There might be unique opportunities here and there, but on the whole, you likely would find it infeasible to do something like that throughout the city. The other thing is you probably wouldn't end up with market rate housing, even if you did that. You'd probably still end up with more housing that's still expensive, just more dense. So another idea is we could change the zoning regulations themselves to increase density. So instead of doing a upzoning on the map, we could change the zoning code itself. Again, might not be the best option, definitely something to consider, but it could be problematic for the provision of capital facilities throughout town. In other words, if you just start increasing density just on the whole, just through changes to your code, you might end up in a situation where all of a sudden your transportation system can't handle it. You might have troubles with stormwater management, things like that. And again, it could also likely be built at market rates. We want to caution about that. 2 more options I'll go through here real quick. Expand your urban growth area. What we think you could do, and this is over the next 20-year time period, this isn't something you have to do tonight, but you could explore options to ensure that, land that you bring in the future, and you'd have to work with the county if you're going to change your urban growth area. Maybe there's a way to bring in land and then also have a mechanism so that when zoning occurs, down the road, not linked to annexation, but to the zoning itself, where you can maybe work an agreement in so that a lot of it can be affordable housing. That might be an approach to take. There might be several steps involved, but that might be a direction that you want to consider. And then lastly, I need to mention that it's possible that we could just get different growth targets. We know that King County has heard from a lot of towns saying, these numbers don't make sense for us. How did you do this? Why are we getting all this allocation when we don't have transit? We don't have services for folks that are at the lower spectrum of earning. We want to make sure that people are provided with, a network that can support them. We need to take a new look at this. So because of that, we've heard that King County is thinking about doing a reconciliation process where they may adjust some of these numbers. And that last bullet is kind of what I just talked about. The concern is that affordable housing assignments, particularly for out in your valley, those communities, just maybe should be reconsidered because of the situation with infrastructure and those types of things. So now I'll move on to our findings. First, we looked at employment. Does Duval have sufficient land capacity for employment needs? No, you actually have a deficit of land to accommodate jobs, likely. And our best guess shows an additional land is needed for about 202 jobs. I need to caveat all of this because estimating the amount of land needed for jobs is really tricky. Commercial development is not as uniform as housing is in terms of how much space versus number of employees or number of people that are being accommodated. It's really wide ranging and very much based on what's going in. So you probably can just well imagine if you have a lot of land that's industrial, it's taken up by self-storage, that's not producing a lot of jobs, but it's taking up a lot of land versus a school site. You might have, a ton of faculty and staff and paraeducators, things like that, that are all employed on that piece of land, and they're there every day, except the summer months. And you have to think about that ratio. It's far different than what you saw in the mini storage. We also examined the trend to where religious institutions of all types are occupying some residential and non-residential land, but we were looking at the non-residential types at a pretty high rate. This needs to be monitored over time because, of course, these provide vast benefits to the community, but in terms of trying to meet your job targets, they don't give you a lot of help with that. So that's something to be looking at and tracking. On the whole, Echo Northwest partnered with us. They found that Duval probably needs an additional 13 to 17 acres to accommodate the current job deficit for the next 20 years. Before I move on from the slide, I also just want to mention things like work from home, all of the new things that people are doing and might stop doing. We just don't really know how it's all going to shake out quite yet. This could be something to really monitor and watch. One last note, jobs are really hard to get good numbers on. They count people, they count houses and rooftops. So we have a pretty good idea how many people live in your community. It's a lot harder to get good data on jobs. Okay, so in terms of next steps and potential options, I talked about the rezoning or expanding UGA options. So that was my last slide. That kind of summarizes what we found for the land capacity analysis. It's kind of like, okay, we know where we're at. We know that according to the previous rules, we were A-okay for housing, but under the new rules, we're going to have to look at some options in the future moving forward. So thanks for the opportunity to explain that, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
I was just gonna just try a couple pieces on the org. Too much now. But one thing that we have learned since we've even been doing this, working and putting this presentation together, is that we're not sure how sympathetic the county's gonna be to wanting the reconciliation because other cities are trying to do that, and there doesn't. I would say there's a little bit of a yellow red light on that right now.
I will share that I have a copy with Nation City Manager. We're going through the reconciliation process and conveyed that the county is not super receptive to efforts to reduce these numbers.
I see some hands, but I just wanted to add really quick because I spoke with them as well. I'm interested in, I know they have a pretty aggressive change they're asking for. But sometimes even is it possible to go more to asking for more time, which is essentially the same, right, as lowering the number, so it's just spreading it out longer. And then I want to say I really appreciated how you characterized the potential next steps and offered the pros cons sort of even in just a few short sentences. I really appreciate that because it's so problematic for some of your reasons, some of them, like we could do this, but yeah, they would probably be market rate, wouldn't really meet the goal. So I appreciate you taking on the complexity of that issue.
Yeah, we had thought about like trying to help push it through a door, but we're like, no, let's not look at reasons, let's not look at like bringing in. We want to be kind of just the plain picture first, and then have the conversations. It's gonna be a lot of work. We know that we're not gonna finish by the end of the year. There was, I think the county was trying to help push us through. It's like, well, just adopt something and then go back next year and redo it. I'm not going to do that because we don't have time and money to kind of redo it. So we're gonna do the best we can, finish up, early-ish next year. But that still means we might have to go through a reconciliation process. And that could not work, it may work, we're not really sure. So we're trying to be prepared for all of the above and all the below. If you remember, one thing that we had in our last comp plan, our 2015 comp plan, and we didn't show it on this land use map, but we do have that area south of Big Rock Road that we had done a little rubber band on and said, hey, maybe we'll go to the county, talk about, can you expand into that area? We would give up other areas, so that means that we would literally give up our residential areas, potentially the North UGA or the North UGAR, a portion of the South UGA. That's one of the reasons why we unzoned the North UGA. We want to like be prepared for that conversation, because as we are thinking about that, we're like, where would it be most appropriate to start looking long term for where we could get more jobs, because we need some more acreage for that, but also for some affordable housing units. And we felt like the North UJ, even though it's a great place, it's smack right, like it's literally in the middle of our city. We're not sure that you would get the yield out there because there's steep slopes and there's creeks and there's other things, right? And so if we're going to do this, we want to try and do it, I'll not say right, but in a better way that gives us what we need at the end of the day. Besides market rate housing, and be more thoughtful in the process. And I'll leave it.
My last follow-up would just be that, well, I think it's good to go in the direction of whatever is the most feasible for Duval. I think we should always continue to advocate the growth targets and give that feedback along to other valley cities that have the same issue. The infrastructure, the proximity to services, transit, all of that. I think we should always continue to advocate that point of view. In addition to all of the saying, okay, realistic, what can we do? The first hand I saw was Councilmember Suckle.
Yeah, I was just wondering, did you say that the North UGA is not counted as acreage for the jobs? Total jobs or?
So yes and no. So the North UGA was pre-zone residential R4. It wouldn't be an area where we would get jobs because nobody would, commercial development probably wouldn't work out. And so where you want commercial development is really on Main Street and Big Rock Road.
Okay, so the acreage there was not included in the total acreage to calculate how many jobs
Correct.
we could, and what was the total number of jobs that Duval needed? Not the 202 for additional acreage, but the total number of jobs for 2044.
She's gonna
900.
690.
Well, the total capacity we have right now is 681, 2044 is 909.
And then let's go Councilmember Naplan, Isaacson, Baker. I'll try to keep track of that. Let's start with Naplan. Getting into myself.
Thanks. Could we go to the screen that showed the different affordability levels and targets and how much land we have available versus what we would need to meet? That one, yeah. So right now it shows medium low density would serve these categories, which would be mixed use 12, R12, R20, and it says we have 0 capacity currently. And I guess I'm just trying to understand that because when I look at our zoning map, we actually have quite a few areas and even some projects building out in those areas. And then additionally, I'd asked a question earlier because I didn't realize that we could add residential on top of any commercially zoned area. And I think that question was answered at the last meeting when I was asking about Duval Village and possibly putting even more residential there, that yes, that was an allowed use. So I guess I'm trying to understand why we would have no capacity for that medium low density when we have a lot of areas that haven't been built out commercial that could perhaps have apartments above it. We have R20 projects already in the pipeline. Lots of mixed use 12 and R12, even in the Toll Brothers project, those projects have residential that's part of the development agreement that they could build out in those commercial areas. So I'm just kind of trying to understand where that 0 came from when I'm feeling like even as it stands now, we could meet some of that target.
I can try to cover that. Give me just a second. I'm going to pull up my memo.
You're on mute, Nicole.
Yeah, I said I could try to open up that memo. I'm having trouble. It slipped away from me, so I'll just need another minute to get it open so I can try to respond to that. Here we go. Probably wound up with too many screens open. Here we go. Okay. So here we've listed out the allocation for growth targets. Shows the baseline supply and the net need. And then this is the housing allocation as adjusted. Okay, and that's related to need. And then we had 23 acres available in the medium low density, which translates to about 389 units. So I'm going to go back to the slide now. 389. I think we had to subtract it out, so I'm gonna go back. Oh, this is why it was because of that pent up pipeline that was identified in the King County Buildable Lands Rural Urban Growth Capacity Report. That's what they call it, Urban Growth Report. We looked at what they had said was pent up supply, and all of that has been built out. It's no longer pipeline. So we end up with the zero capacity now in that category. Like you would need more land zoned in that category moving forward in order to provide the sufficient supply according to the way that the methodology that the state has recommended that we use.
But it shows something like 600 some homes, like it seems like it should still net out that number. It doesn't totally make sense to me. And then in addition, we do have commercial areas that could build residential areas that I believe are zoned commercial.
Yes.
I don't understand how we could have. It's still showing we have 696. And
Yeah.
we do have other areas that aren't in the pipeline that are zoned those currently that don't even have applications for development yet. So I'm just kind of confused still why it would say we have zero capacity.
Well, it's just it's showing that is not capacity that's available for that income bracket, and that's looking forward. That's part of the mismatch between the year 2018 and 2024 and what's been built out. What we tried to do is identify, and we could rework this a little bit, but what we tried to do is identify what's actually available for future development. If we knew that it already was built out at market rate, we didn't count it towards fulfilling that need. We could do that. There is that option according to the state. King County sees things very differently, however. So we're kind of stuck between these two different viewpoints, frankly. And I've had a lot of conversations with different subject matter experts and a couple of different people down at Commerce who say, well, this is our way of doing it. But yeah, we're recognizing that King County is calling for a different way of looking at it. So it's kind of like we could have put it in the basket. We could have put the, let's say the balls in the basket to count it as available capacity. But since we know it's already entitled and we know it's being built out at market rate, we did not put it in the basket.
So maybe this is a question for
Councilor Knapp, Director Thomas has a response.
oh, sure, yeah, that's who I was gonna ask. My question.
So Councilor, I don't have a response. What I do, but I don't. What I want to do is go back and talk with Nicole and our team, only because we're starting to run out of time and I want to make sure that other council members get their questions. So we'll talk offline, Nicole and I will, and then we'll be prepared to get a response. I will say that, expecting commercial or residential but commercial is really tough. We are trying really hard to make it happen, but we're already seeing that the two lots that are in Toll Brothers Division 4 are not going to have residential over them. They have two active people or businesses that they're working with that are not going to include residential, and they're working with one more on the dual urban village. Yes, that's what it was called, the Rigid Big Rock Division 1, and they're not looking at putting residential above as well. But where we are going to get is at Duval Village, and so we're getting 12 units there. There are apartments that are 1 and 2 bedrooms. So yes, that's going to help us make strides, but we're trying to be a little bit more realistic. So let's do a little bit more work and come back to the Planning Commission and Council with a little bit more thought.
Councilmember Isaacson.
I'll try to be quick. With comments already been made about the concerns about infrastructure, roads and stuff like that, and I hear in other towns there's not appetite for revisiting it. I would just like to share with the group that I think we should still pursue it. And the reason why I said we are in a unique situation, we have 4 roads in and out. We flood, we can get that data, we can get traffic 1 road in, 1 road out, sometimes we're on island. And we also have something to look at as far as like the movement to transition to nothing but electricity and everything new. When our power goes out, guess what? And you talk to people right now in Augusta, Georgia, and North Carolina, everything, all these people that had nothing but electricity, we should use that as our advantage. If we would put our citizens in a safety risk, I think if we continue to develop at the rate that they're asking us to. Because they're gonna lose electricity, they're gonna have power, they're gonna have heating, they're gonna get in and out to get food. And we don't have the means as a city or the revenue to take care of these people. So I think we should implore safety when we need to. Scenario that we're in, we've pursued as a city trying to get the counties and the state to fix these roads and they keep saying no. Are they gonna say no? Probably. But at least we get on the record that we tried as a city to take care of our citizens. And then we can point here. With all that said, it leads up to one question that I want to ask about that 2018 study. What within that study evaluated the infrastructure, the roads, everything out in the state that we could grow at that rate? Is there any assumptions in that? Or is it just, you're gonna develop that as well to support this type of population growth?
I'm not sure what 2018 study you're referring to. If you're referring to the buildable lands capacity stuff.
Yes.
That does not, that only looks at residential development. It's not inclusive of anything except for jobs.
So it's a very scope line view that I think is irresponsible.
It's a statutory requirement, and
Yeah.
so they only look at residential and job markets. And so we look though internally and holistically as part of our comp plan.
Yeah.
At those other factors.
Yeah, and I asked that question just for, make sure it wasn't already looked at by the state or to say, no, this is your growth rate and you can't support new governments. But that wasn't done, so that's something I would encourage us to push back hard on this.
Yeah, I mean, our plan is to tell our story.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilmember Mercer?
Yeah, so I'll sort of be quick too. I mean, my comment was actually a little more, I think I've sort of been good across the room. I think there's the aspirational versus the reality. And then Director Thomas indicated this has been part of the get-go. I know we always do our best. I think when you layer on the percentage of the income targets, it's even more difficult. And I think that was the call out, John, in terms of the 2018 versus today, when you layer on the targets based on income. You take into geography, infrastructure, market conditions, our demographic mix here. You have a lot of things sort of pushing against the flow to make that happen. But I know that staff will do everything they can to make it look good on the map while we continue to drive forward those conversations that it's just not realistic for conditions. The one question I did want to have is it's just really more clarification for me because you referenced remote work. And obviously that is employment that is not based here in the city. It's not a business license driven. Those are folks that are working, that are employed. Belton Redmond working from home. Does that figure into the calculations at all? It's not like an at-home business where you're producing a product and then selling it via Etsy or online or, or home business. I'm just curious if you could clarify where that fits into the planning, only because you mentioned it. And if the answer is simply that it doesn't, that's good as well. I just wanted some clarity since you did reference at-home work or remote work.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I heard everything you were just explaining. I apologize, the audio is not perfect, but in terms of jobs that are remote, it is hard to know what those numbers look like and to properly account them to the cities. And I don't think that they've kind of figured this out at the regional level yet. Once they've figured it out at the regional level, if they have a model or some more information, then that'd be really helpful. What I can tell you is that we looked at business license information, and that's not super revealing because, for example, AHBL, we have a business license in Duval because we come and do business with you, but we do not have an office there. We don't have any employees there. So it can be very deceiving to look at these numbers. The other thing I'll share is that the Employment Security Department of Washington State used to produce a lot of reports and a lot of rich, robust data. And we've seen that that's really fallen off because a lot of the data now is confidential. It's protected information. So it's really hard to get data about jobs.
Yeah, but just one follow-up, I guess I still didn't hear this. Again, I was looking for not a really detailed answer, but does remote work count toward local job market? So if I work for Microsoft that's based out of Redmond, but I'm just dialing in on Teams, I wouldn't consider that a job here in Duval. I would.
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
And you mentioned remote work and it was
But I don't have a complete answer because I can't say with confidence that, yes, the state wants us to count it for the place that, you know, where your main office is, or if there is one, you know, that it gets really tricky.
That's not true. I just know there are a lot of people that are working remotely, but I wouldn't consider that as part of a job. Thank you.
Councilmember Schaefer?
Yeah, a couple of comments. First related to, employment, targets. As I think most of us are aware of, Duval is a veteran community and includes many people who work remotely. It's difficult for us to create jobs here. Adding additional acreage, as suggested, is going to solve the problem because we have existing commercial property that is unused here today. It's for whatever reason, it's overpriced, but commercial developers are not developing it at all. So we need to solve the first problem before we add more land. That won't happen. Related to lower income housing, the GMA is under the mistaken assumption that higher densities create more affordable housing, lower income housing. That is not true. We've seen that here in Duval with the Ridge at Big Rock is a good example. Those are, I don't know what the density is, but it's a higher density development, attached homes. Those units are currently selling for over $400 per square foot, based on recent sales, by the way. And that $400 per square foot is comparable, if not more, than what a single family detached home is selling for, even if it's an R4 or R3 type home here in Duval. So certainly those units did not help a lower income housing market. Related to apartments, I'm going to use Duval Village as our poster child, which isn't working. Duval Village does have apartments or rental rates that are higher in square footage, but they're currently renting for $4,600 per month. That certainly is not going to help anybody that's looking for lower income housing. So the GMA doesn't help the affordable housing situation as it's intended to. All it helps is increase the profitability for developers. And that's why developers are always pushing it and standing behind it and always talking about affordable housing, pretending they have the good interest of the community in mind. That's it. Thank you.
Did you have any comments? No. Okay. And that was the last slide, correct?
I do have our project manager on, and she wanted to have a couple minutes as well, but she's not feeling well, so she's gonna be off camera. So Naomi, I'm assuming you're still there in the virtual room?
I am. If you can hear me, I'm here diligently listening.
But thank you, Naomi. Do you want to help us wrap up?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Do you want to help us wrap up?
Sure, yeah. I wanted to, if it's okay, to respond to Councilmember Schaefer's comments, if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, Councilmember Schaefer. I just wanted to, validate your comments. You are right. The GMA doesn't specifically address, what the prices are going to be. That can be something, it is very frustrating, and I feel your frustration because, as you know, with the Housing Action Plan, housing is really important to me, especially it being, just even not using the word affordable, just having it be affordable for regular people, So I completely understand that. That's completely valid. And it's one of the things that we thought a lot about in the Housing Action Plan. It is very painful to have to look at all this legislation and all of it being about affordable housing, but it feels like not really, because the way that they say it addresses affordable housing is by increasing housing stock, which technically that is one of the answers, but it's not the entire answer. So that frustration is definitely valid. One of the things that we tried to do in the housing action plan, and I know we haven't talked about it or gone over in a while, is there's very, very specific strategies in there to deal with the affordability of housing after it's built. And that is addressed in different things. For example, with development agreements is one really good way, because then we can hold the builders accountable, as well as those that are going to be owning, let's say, multifamily housing after it's built, because we can have all of these rules in place and then the property gets sold and then they can charge whatever they want. I totally understand that. And we do have strategies in the housing action plan. And another thing too, is that once we start getting these things in place, we can also revisit the housing action plan and refine those strategies and refine our regulations. So it is definitely at the top of, I know, my mind. It chafes me a little bit, when I read all these things and it's all pointing to housing stock, and we are all aware that it's more than that, but we are trying to address that. And I just wanted to let you know.
Thank you.
I think we've had a really good conversation, so thank you. We spent more time than I thought we were going to, and so thank you to the mayor and city administrator, because I know that we try to stay a little bit more on track on time. I've taken a lot of feedback, so we're gonna go as a team, have those conversations. But what I'm gonna ask council this evening is provide us any more, if you have general comments, provide those to us. If you have specific changes to any of the goals or policies, we'll give you until about the end of next week to provide those. We'll send you a little calendar invite like we normally do, right? And then we really do look for, because we're staff, right? We are here to help you get through this process, but to also look at compliance issues as well. And we did an approach of really like, let's look at this, but let's not like push any one way. Like, let's take a look at what should we do based on the individual needs of our community, the community needs in general, but we also have to look at King County and getting through their door, because we do have to get through their door. And we do have to get through PSRC, and we do need to get through commerce. And so I think there are gonna be times where we're gonna have to be a little bit adaptable and flexible. And try to meet somewhere in the middle and build some consensus. I think it's gonna be challenging, and we're not gonna finish all of this work. It's likely what we're gonna do is we're gonna have to come back through some sort of reconciliation process, talk about our story and why we think we need to have different numbers. But to be honest, you're not going to go to zero. It's not going to happen. So we have to start thinking, what can we do, and how do we do that, and have those conversations with planning commission, council, but ultimately the community as well. Because next year we'll have at least 2 community meetings after we've gone through this process at planning commission and council, and start putting those options out there with those discussions. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Thomas, and thank you, Nicole and Irene, for joining us tonight. So next up, we have our departmental 2025-2026 biennial budget presentation. So I'll hand it over to our city administrators.
Thank you. Any of the department directors want to go first?
I have a lot, so others want to go first. Get more than one.
Let's start with public works, because it's the longest.
I just took a lot of time.
Yeah, you probably did it right.
Give me 1 second.
Yep, no, I'm pulling it. I have a kid who left her backpack in the car.
Oh.
Alright, she's right now. All right.
Not yet.
Oh, sorry.
I know. I know.
Like to say, we are presenting public works, community development, finance. Something with the city attorney, economic development, and some of the strategic fund uses. Next week we'll have the remainder, we'll have public, or police department, or cultural commission, community events. So we're trying to split them in.
And key questions, clarification, would you like to pull questions to the end, or will you let us know if there are key points you want them throughout?
Conclusion of each departmental budget, taking questions on that budget always.
All right. We're trying to distract and we're behind. Behind City Hall, it's just really close. So, all right, homework. I tried to break this up into some logical breakpoints. Easy stuff, equipment, funds, a little CIP, FTE. There's 3 lines there, but they all kind of mush together, and then the rates that utility and fields that Public Works is on the hook for. So next slide. So these are the general lines of business. If you did not know, I'll kind of just give a brief overview. So the engineering fund has certain FTEs that work in it. Those are pieces and parts of people. It's part of Larissa, part of Mr. Fisher, part of Benny. So that kind of feeds some of us, and that group generally is responsible for general engineering citywide, and then development review and management. And then any of the development review credits that we do participate in, we do build developers for. So there's a revenue stream to the general fund relative to that work. And then support staff, parks, of course, that is the operational side of parks, not to be confused with one column over at the bottom of Big Rock Park. It's a special revenue fund that has its revenues, okay, and field use. So that is in its own line. But parks in general, maintaining the boat launch, the Doherty Farm, anything but the ball fields, the new parks, all those pocket parks, lawns, McCormick Park, Depot Park, all the other 14, I think we're at 17 parks besides the ball field and those specific instances. And then emergency management, that line has been in our budget. We haven't always had a person in it, but that is in the general fund. Special revenue funds, they have their own quasi-dedicated line of revenue. So the streets is spent by a portion of property taxes, 20%. I believe set by practice/policy. And then the transportation benefit district, which is 2/10% sales tax that is collected and put into that fund for maintenance and roadway activities only, used for overlays and associated improvement needs. And then of course the Big Rock ball field. Capital funds are fed by capital dollars. Streets is growth related with impact fees and or grants. Parks is again impact fees and or grants. Water, sewer, storm, or utilities, so they have a connection charge, which is a little different than an impact fee, but they live in the same kind of titling. Enterprise funds are utility. Those are our utility funds for operations. And then internal service funds, I did not manage those, but we, Public Works, generally spend the bulk of those funds. So equipment replacement fund, along with the building maintenance fund. The other fund that we all participate in is 502, which is the IT fund, and that supports all the people like served again, fed in one way, shape, or form by all of us sitting around. So next slide. You can skip that one and just regurgitation of the list. So starting off this with some one-time expenditures, we currently have $150,000 sitting in the program list. It is advertised for consultant selection now. We're using the ARPA funds for that designated. I don't believe it's going to cost us all of that, but we'll get to that, when we get to that. We hope to have that contract to council in November. We have to be in contract and spending ARPA dollars before December 31, 2024. So we don't have to spend the dollars, but we have to be contracted to spend them. So hopefully we don't need an emergency meeting on New Year's Eve. The other ARPA spend for one-time monies is a percentage of our emergency management coordinators roll through the end of May this year, which was a 2-year LPE. you will see your, you know, the proposal is here to turn that into an FTE full-time staff member. And then one other fun, we don't get as many unfunded mandates, I would say, as my friends in planning, but the Americans with Disabilities Act does require update to the transition plan. It is going to cost about $221,000. We're trying to do some of that in-house with data collection needs via an intern this summer. So that's part of that. But this is the ADA access to our rights of way and our public buildings. It's out of our control. We will, I have another slide for that too, which is the next slide. So going to that, we need to confirm with some review of American communication for our attorney. We will likely lose grant eligibility on federally funded programs. I don't know how that rolls into TID or other grants we normally get. And if we're going after FHWA money, that's gonna limit us on that federal money and some of those other programs. So it's not likely a slap on the wrist. It is a stealth. What do you call it? Stealth tracking, you know, situation, but it is real. We do have to do it. I don't want to add it to the work plan any more than anybody else does, but we have to figure out how to get it processed. There are a couple of, again, ways to do it a little more cost effectively, and that's more of a burden on staff. We'll figure that out. Okay, so kind of the one-time stuff at a general fund, public works equipment. So, and there's two slides here differentiating new equipment versus replacement. New is purchased by the fund that is using it, then it goes into the replacement schedule. So new purchases, we are planning to replace the truck, but not an additional truck for the staff needs. Like it or not, there are smaller trucks in the upper $30,000 range. Once you get tax license stickers and safety gear on a pickup, which is a 4-door pickup, as a regular half-ton, nothing exciting, it is $55,000. We have never looked at used. I'm not opposed to anything, but that is just what is on the table now. That can be split by parks, streets, water, and storm. Forklift. So we lift a lot of bulky items, and how we do it now is with a regular flat surface, hard wheeled little forklift you see running around in a, you know, a little hardware store inside, right? Not meant for outside, not meant for non-concrete flat work. So we are requesting that. It is not, and don't take it anyway, but our union doesn't file grievances and make things sticky, but like, hey man, this is a real problem and we really need to have a support piece of equipment to do a lot of stuff. We're driving equipment up and around the corner, off the road, on the gravel, around the yard, and something like that is large enough that it can facilitate work at with our treatment plant as well as around the shop. So that is what is on that list to be requested to be purchased. It is a street storm and water split. I didn't put sewer on there, but I certainly feel it's eligible. A new brush mower, I type a little thing. It's not like a lawnmower, but it cuts high brush. We have two, so we do need another one, not a replacement one. So we have one, we need a second. And then a small trailer. With the amount of staff we have running between parks, another trailer is paramount in keeping work flowing. And then the last big one is the sewer truck, which is kind of in the middle of the picture there. Utility box with a crane arm that is strong enough to lift pumps out of the 20-foot sewer lift stations. We do it now with backhoes, which is fairly cumbersome and unsafe. So they have asked for this, and I completely agree with that. Do we have to do it now? Ooh, we can always rent stuff. But again, to work as these guys work in 24/7, 365 elements, you know, we just replaced 1, 2, 3, 4 in-ground pumps, even at the treatment plant that we can't get out of the ground. So there's there's plenty of pumps around town that we need to manage, and they need to come out and, you know, you all know we transitioned from one manager to a new one for retirement. Seth is doing a fantastic job, you know, preventative maintenance, scheduling, and many more things we haven't done in the past. I mean, he has some extra help he's getting on, so we need to pull the pumps out, they need to get serviced. They need to be managed in a much more productive way because they are so expensive, and not that we didn't have it before, but it's just. We have the horsepower now to try to be that productive, and we want to be, so that is a tool we can need. So that's the new equipment, replacement. Replacing another truck, I believe the 2005 or 2006 Ford will be replaced. A pressure washer. The only good news so far is we budgeted 25, and I've already lowered that to 17 based on numbers Joe received last week. So the pressure washer we have, it exists, it is a 2003 purchase. They use it all the time, and right now it runs for about 10 minutes. So it's, the motor is shot. They are looking at doing whatever we can. We may be able to use the tank and the trailer, which are in tape, and just replace the motor and pump assembly, which is the 15,000 plus tax and install costs, which is there. We're still looking for ways to possibly cut that, but that's what we're looking at right now. And then replacing 2 vehicles at the engineering office. We have 05, 06, and 05. One is a hand-me-down Tahoe from the cops, a Jeep, and an Escape. And my staff doesn't complain, which is great. One of those replacements would be handed down to what we're proposing a new position for, which would run around all offices of the city. But that is a replacement schedule, and call it funded per se, but there's no funding for that. We paid into the system, and those are on 10-year replacements on the level over their life. That is equipment. Next slide, please, sir. Okay, we need a break. Might want to get quick. Going into general public works budgets. I had a fun slide I added. Sorry. Housing numbers. So this is just relative to engineering. Flatwork has developed a billing that we get reimbursed for. The budget cycle 25-26. Those are the permits both departments, community development, public works are using for their work programming, and then obviously the revenue side of work. Budgeted 24, we budgeted 189 units. I think we're currently at 80, and I am understanding we're gonna reduce the 189 for the year-end estimate to right over 100. So no other exciting numbers there. So next slide. Parks. So each slide looks very similar. The numbers at the top, 727 and 760, those are hundreds of thousands. That is a 25 number and a 26 number proposed. The number below is a 24 budget, just for reference. So kind of besides staff and insurance is up everywhere. Kind of newer, larger costs that are coming out of the fund are honey buckets. Playground chips are very expensive. We're trying to program those in instead of having a big glut like we had to do this year. Utility increases for water and power to our newer parks, which have much more standard systems within them. The share of the new purchase that was described, and then some of the other costs that are kind of not out of control, but out of our control on what does or doesn't happen is tree maintenance. And then the additional parks and need repairs for damage and other things that happen through either wear and tear or, you know, nefarious acts of misplaced anger. As parks in a nutshell. Next slide. So engineering, 400, 460, it's at 600 now because it's very large. That's where the transportation element hides in the budget. So realistically, it's dropped. We do need to add the ADA transition plan. That is not all part of the general fund yet. We have some of that in the budget that you've seen in total. But nothing else exciting. Status quo. Emergency management, the numbers there are really goofy, so I apologize. So 71,000, 25, 107, and 26, and 183 now. So you have a new finance director who moves money differently. That 183 represented in a cap influx in a percent from the ARPA fund to that fund operates. So regardless, that's why the number is big. The number is smaller now because the general fund is going to propose to fund the 40% of that person in one way, shape, or form, and then the utilities would fund the other part. The emergency management coordinator, and that role we understand is new. We are requesting LTE to FTE, and to do so, we are absorbing as many tasks that I would say we have sadly had to ignore as we can. So not only emergency management, which probably dwindles to more of a 25% of time. Safety, citywide, training, citywide, programming a portion of the code enforcement into this role because of funding. We understand funding is not exciting in any way, shape, or form to the general fund. So trying to get as many things as we can out of that person who is completely capable and excited, and I think embracing the opportunity. Some of the softer costs are, we do have a storage unit right now since we are still trying to find full storage and where we can. Again, safety and workplace training is critical. Just running the safety committee at this point is paying dividends. You know, safety is paramount. It's much cheaper to manage safety than react to accidents. So we sit around the table monthly, police, public works, office staff, whoever is delegated their department to go and do their job. So, which is great. That's kind of it for the general fund in a nutshell. Next slide down. Getting brighter and more smiley and less financially, I guess, constraining. Streets, which is still a general fund item, has some revenues. We had some large revenue influxes this year relative to the right-of-way permitting processes. So, good news, bad news, whether you like it or not, right? The fiber companies are here. They're dragging and slinging wire all over town. In fact, it's expensive, and they are paying tens of thousands of dollars for their permits. So that is part of the reason we were up in revenue relative to this fund in 24. I mean, it's under 100 grand of barrel for just the right-of-way permit fees we're charging for companies like Ziply and soon to be Comcast come and put fiber in. So with that said, you can see the numbers are up a little. Numbers are up because we do own the guardrail at the corner of Main and Woodland Vault. The county has given us that because they half the bridges are too. So congratulations, you heard me. Street striping is their own plastic needs, right? As we grow roads, we grow costs, and those costs are not dropping, and they are safety needs of the right of way. Increasing streetlight costs, not necessarily in a monthly fee, but when we take on new development, we take on a standard streetlight at intersections and other spaces along the way. So those each have an incurred monthly charge. The shared purchase costs that we talked about earlier, and then an overhaul kind of over safety devices, cones and barricades. You know, the good news is we will split that among the police, storm, sewer, and water funds, but it'll be, you know, a handful of thousands of dollars for those devices. But yeah, we are due. They're all incredibly worth it. We, you know, saving for on that's. We're going, we don't do it all the time, but we do it once in a while. So luckily I was able to clip our finance director's slides to kind of just show the general expense versus budget. Right now it shows a little bit of operating in deficit, but in 26 operating a hair bit of a surplus. Right, wrong, or otherwise. That's yeah. Next slide. TBD fund. So this is your overlay fund. I'm not hard pressed on the numbers for any reason other than we do and have done great at getting grants. So we are proposing $512,000 in expenditures in 25 and $315,000 expenditures in 26. This is gonna be to pave Big Rock Road between 275th and 279th, right before the curves. We are applying for a TIB grant, and we do have that set in on the revenue side, and it is about 400,000, so more than half of our expenses we're working on. That's kind of that. Next slide. Big Rock Park, 265 and 273 for the 2-year term. We're at 257 this year. Pretty balanced. It's doing a nice job. We have limited some of the expenses. Not abandoning per se the natural grass ball field, but certainly pulling back on some of the larger annual improvements as we expect to switch that to turf in the, you know, some of the near future. Not next year, but within hopefully a 3-year period, we can begin to get construction. And then the shared cost of the trailer would be specific to the parks. So that's why they're pitching in for their fair share. And rent is doing well on this. The new policy, just for a quick update on that, isn't perfect, but it's working. Some of the non-policy practice now, which I wouldn't have expected, is some of the users don't want to submit the addresses of their users, which I can appreciate. So I said, if I can't figure it out, then it's going to be kind of a county, you know, unless you can. But if they omit the number address and just send like XXX Bird Street, 219, well, it's in city limits. They send 32421 or 32XXX, you know, 192nd, I know it's the count. So I have gone through, unfortunately, I can read spreadsheets and then most of it pretty quick, you know, 300 sign up kids for Snow Valley soccer, and they had a significant percentage of the city. So, well, the TD is 15-minute task, but something we get done because they do give priority if you have the higher users, city limits kids. So that's the exciting. Most of the users understand, and we have gotten most everybody in there on the site, and we are still using this year the new parks, which we're close to having some names on in the new area off of 2 new city parks. And that revenue right now is coming into the Big Rock Fund, since we don't have any other place to put it right now, since that's what's kind of offsetting. It's kind of it for Big Rock. I think it's saying the water fund, 2.9 and 2.6 respectively forthcoming, and we're at 3.1 this year. There's a little additional increase for road. Some projects we need to get done on roadway appurtenances. You may hit the lid on Brewer Road between right when you start to climb the hill, right by the bench. That is a non-compliant list. We have to change that out. Things like that. Just more productive and not reactive, but proactive work. Now it's figure have gone really well. We have a consultant who comes in, does a leak test citywide and finds leaks, and then we fix them. So we're really trying to reduce our unaccounted for water. Automated meter reading is still on our to-do list, and he actually has the RFP drafted for final review. It's just trying to get the work horsepower inputted in a lot of work let, and just continuing hard guiding that, which is part of the FP discussion. That homes and work zone safety needs and status quo. Right now, general fund or water fund is operating in a surplus, and I think you'll remember we'll get to rates too. But we had SCS group look at the financial health of the utility funds, which they finished the operational side. They're still working on the facility side because ours is being preoccupied with other non-general engineering related activities. Spread them over for we get to. Next slide, sewer fund, 2.8, pretty much across the board. This, I would guess, is more of a lag than the other funds because of all of the new systems at the plant. We don't know Generally speaking, the power increase that the new headworks drum screen is gonna take relative to the old one. You know, the new biosolids are being managed in a way which are way drier, and we're getting more material moved in one truck than we had before, volumetrically. So we will probably have cost savings, but that's gonna have a power increase. So there's so many nuances this year, we're not exactly sure of. We do have the service truck with the crane on it in this list. Chemical costs, the polymers, we kind of solidifying chemical to the biosolids that puts it in a like a manageable media. And that's using a little more than we thought, with a little more expensive product, but thinking it's gonna be about the same right now. And then sodium hypochlorite, since we have 3 trains and we truck in 300 gallons of sodium hypochlorite on a regular basis. It's part of the injection system in the treatment plant for backup cleaning and helping clean our trains. So we have 3 trains, now we have 4. So those costs are likely to go up a little for some material handling. So all in all, trying to think we're going to be managed this year, but a little bit of honestly on supplies. Next slide. Any other contract year next year for biopolish, that is a lead contract to put out, very specific, and you can get it. So that's kind of that will be coming. Next slide, storm. So for all those storm related needs citywide, this is that fund, ditches, storm pipes, catch basins, cleaning, part of street sweeping, factoring the system on an annual basis to be NPDES compliant. We have proposed to add the stormwater coordinator position back to the fold. We had that passed in the prior budget, so that would have been 22-23, but we left it unfilled and essentially just kind of let it go. Couldn't find a person. It appeared as we were a negotiating chip for folks and never really found anybody. We had one on the hook and then the second, and then they stayed where they were. So I think it was that kind of thing. But the amount of new requirements and the stretching thin of the current staff who share a lot of the roles, we need to have the constant support for that role. So that's why it's added back. Just education, outreach, testing, sampling, inspecting, you know, all the requirements are just growing and the city's systems are growing. So that focus is important. New lids and risers, you know, iron lids are not cheap. $800 for, you know, the great to see on the corner inside the curb line. That's not installed, that's just buy stuff. So things aren't cheap. Shared cost of capital purchases, financially speaking, the blue and the orange, again, operating in the black is a little deceiving because we have some deferment of like the implementation of stormwater person. We don't expect it to happen until close to June, so mid-year. By the time it's authorized, allocated to the crew, you know, you recruit, you interview, you hopefully get someone, you guys know how time goes. So that's not fair. I don't want to show like it's a massive surplus. And we deferred a capital program, which some of these operational funds pay for the capital projects too. So one of those we had to defer out because in 26 we actually couldn't afford it, but we can afford it in 26 going into 27. So some things like that are in there. So the storm fund is healthy but very tight. Maybe not as positive as it looks on the graph, but it is in the budget deferring some of the capital needs. Next slide. So streets, a little more plain jargon and fun. So the projects we have on the list, they're all grant eligible, and obviously they are going to be suspect to not occurring if you don't receive grants. But we have 4 on the list. One Northeast 150th, the sidewalk gap project. Again, that is a program specific to TID, and they've seen the project last year, they liked it. We have very few gaps that qualify, so this one and then the one on the Dory Farm side by 3rd Avenue, Cherry Valley Road, 2nd Avenue, so to speak. And a crosswalk and rapid flashing beacon at the school that is a fairly, highly used intersection with a lot of needs, and that deserves some support. So that is a proposal there. Big Rock sidewalk. This one is a little bit bigger of a reach, but again, TIB seems to fund what they like and they like it. This is the gap on Big Rock Road between the new subdivision and Toll Brothers, and then up to 275th on the north side. They like it too because the south side of the county and they don't fund work. So this completes a loop, gets public to a park through a qualified AD around travel, so that's very appealing to them and part of our grant application. So we will hear by the second to last week in November on these few grants. I said 4, but Third Avenue is on the list. We're still working on it, obviously. 11.1 million remaining expected expense and $2.5 million proposal in the grant presentation tomorrow, which I will hear in another month or 3 on that. And then still searching for other grants. That is of the exclusive of Third Avenue, the 2.01 million project, we would fund a 1.57 grants. Next slide. Parks, a little less exciting until we get to really have the design done for Big Rock, but that is kind of a graphic rendition of Big Rock Park. The numbers are 514 and 89. 514 is the balance of the expected design contract, and then some small work here and there. Judd Park Sunshade is out right now and about ready to go, but we expect that's going to construct in 25. Some sports courts were requested and some of the smaller amenities in town. We put some of those on there. The continual funding of community projects for 10 grand. And then some additional equipment in Judd Park. That's new equipment, not replacement equipment. So nothing, again, extremely exciting other than working towards Big Rock Park and all that property. Next slide. Hard to see here and just more of a highlighted public works funds outside of the general fund. And again, we know the general fund is tight. These funds are very much in the black, exclusive of 307 street CIP, which shows a big negative, but we're putting the Third Avenue in there knowing it's not funded. Obviously, nothing goes forward without council approval on that contract, but we wanted to just show the need and make sure it's on the list in the big table. So good news there. The utilities, operations have massive ending fund balance projections for the work that needs to get done, which is great. And we are committing to do that by, next slide is talking about FTEs. Hang with me there, we're getting there. So just, the philosophy and theory that I know I have, as well as, administration, keeping people is more cost effective than hiring. So higher employee retention, we just heard a lot of this from our consultants who went through the 2 tasks on our work plan programming and then some of our finance programming consultants. But higher skilled, higher trained, retained employees, they take less time to work, they work harder, happy employees, they don't call in sick, there's less recruiting needs out of staff. When we have lots of, even when we have new positions, there's a lot of work to fill. Joe does a lot of recruiting, we've done a lot of recruiting, and sometimes to no avail, we put effort in, like the stormwater coordinator, we dropped it because we couldn't find it. So we're committed to finding someone who need the help, but it's hard to recruit and it costs time and money. It's all relative. And keeping employees are way cheaper than finding new ones. 1.5 times the cost is what you can expect to replace someone. So keeping higher job satisfaction improves everybody's engagement, workflow, output. Everybody's extra busy because they like what they're doing. Happy people attract happy people, and that helps get work done. So, you know, we want to be a place where people can advance their careers. So that's kind of our general philosophy. We have a lot of retention. We have grown a lot of staff. We don't lose a lot of people. And I think that speaks to all of you committed to and getting that done. So next slide. So we list 8 changes, some more simple to explain than others. Of the 8, 2 are FTE additions. 1 is converting what we have currently in contract. And then the other 5 are staff changes to some extent. Next slide. Part of the management side of what we've been doing is this was, 2023, pretty linear. I had a lot of direct reports, Jill has a lot of direct reports. We're trying to spread that out for many reasons. Spreading the workload, improving our staff, their responsibilities, and making teams accountable and growing that workforce. So the next slide, John. This is our current model. So we've got new established teams within the operations side, which is the right. So Parks has a line of business, the streets and storm team have a line of business, and water has a line of business. So, Joe's direct reports, which you'll see in the next slide, are dropping, so he can do more work and not constant management and oversight. And the training comes throughout all the ranks, which is great. My oversight of essentially everybody besides, 1 assistant engineer is a lot. And I spend a lot of time with the operations group along with the engineering side of the house. So trying to make everybody's life easier and more productive and have less things fall through the gaps is what we're trying to achieve. So next slide. So the proposal looks like this. City engineer picks up an FTE to manage, the supervisor drops overall down to 4 direct reports. Myself dropped to 6, and the treatment plant manager at 3. We're pretty excited on having that transition occur. So next slide, I'm talking about who and the what. So the contract change is pretty simple. I'm going to skip ahead real quick. So the one thing we do contract out is custodial, right? So that's 1 day a week, every other week. That contract currently is about $54,000 because we want to bump it to weekly. Right now it's at 30. We have close to 60 FTEs that needed. So what I did here, there's 3 sets of numbers from left to right. Leftmost is, it says sound. That was a contractor who submitted on the last consultant selection. The middle is the average, and the right was the current contract winner for custodial services. Extrapolating those numbers to a weekly basis, if we were to receive a quote from them today, it'd be $54,000 in 2 years ago dollars, or $198,000 because those are 2 bids received from them. Averaging those is 150. I'm not saying we would spend 150, but all I have that we know is the bid we received. So you can go back to them. So we're expecting we've already talked to the union about this. It will be a custodial staff janitor that would work under Public Works. It wouldn't be under one of the lines of business between Parks, Street and Storm, or Water. It would be under Joe direct to be part of Public Works operations. And then they would in turn be one of the whatever city engineering vehicle we didn't, we gave up. That was most of the running around with the vacuum and whatever supplies they need on a daily basis. So that said, it's in the lowest pay scale we have. It's at 50, which is the scale number, not the pay number. But that being loaded with benefits is a $78,500 to $85,000 a year cost. That's estimated at step A and D, just go to the span. There's not a lot of I think we have 2.5% between steps, and it's a lower wage jump, but it's not very accelerated. The other 2 contracts we do use, so the window lock and gutters we do twice a year, or twice a year, and then of course the janitorial, which is now 2 times a month, which we're looking at quoting 4 times a month, which is still goofy on months, so it should be So there's always that. So those dollars will be kind of converted into this person. And just the description of, knowing what the one contractor does on a daily basis. From what we're gonna get, because you saw the work plan too, right? They said, oh, we need more people here, people here, people here. Like, we expect some of this work to take other things off our plate, so it's not quite ripe enough to say, oh, we need another parks FTE, when this is gonna do the facilities that we all live in. We expect it to do the exterior reference of the parks, pick up some of the exterior maintenance, obviously doing all the building encapsulation, cleaning. It would use a maintenance worker to assist with the lift on second floors and things like that on a routine basis. But the funny thing, even with the number that is there on the window lock twice a year, that guy won't call us back. So he gave such a low number, he's like, so, that said, we thought this was a reasonable bang for your buck to get someone in here doing work and consistently as a staff member who has a role and does the job and does it well, and we think we'll be money ahead. It is split relative to people, so it's obviously going to hit the general fund to some extent, but the majority is, I would say, I can't remember the split together, but it was more the utility than general fund. Yeah. So that's the one, the easier FTE add, monetarily speaking. So next slide, Bill. The conversions are such that the new contract, we've specified maintenance checks 1, 2, and 3. So we now have a progression, and the progression is important, not necessarily for their specific job growth, but from the city's side of things, Joe, we need to know we have competent staff who can share in the roles of after hours work. We want to grow our staff to be more responsible. The parks team is very light on experience. They're all maintenance ones besides the crew lead. So incentivizing, training, systems are complicated, sprinkler irrigation systems, lighting systems in parks now, like materials in parks are distinct, and if not, just go get a bag and do it into more of the work. Like there's a lot of stuff we stock for the ball field, some rubber replacement turf, raking things at a different way than you treat regular grass, and then you have to get into managing all the day-to-day stuff in parks, facilities. So there's a lot to go into that. We work pretty hard on a nice progression, and the progression exists. The FTEs obviously are allocated through the council budget process. So the act is to turn 2 Tech 1s out of 6 into 2 Tech 2s. So it has about a 5,000 per year impact. But we're doing 2, so that's 10, and that is mostly general fund park. We are growing and investing in our park. And I don't know if you folks, not to spoil or anything, but the Park Cross open space plan is not small. Your community has spoken, and I hope they, we have other funding needs in the future for parks, so I think we'll support it. But yeah, the number is a $50+ million CIP for parks by the time they're all said and done over the term of the plan. So growing our staff is important, training is important, and making sure the competencies are there and the skills are there, whether the ones look up to the 2, look up to the 3s. Like, career progression is important. It is not a given by any means, and that's what we're proposing there for operations. I'll skip, we're talking operations to the wastewater, number 4 on the list. 1 and 2 are just 1 and 2, because I was like, I had 8, but now I can get 8 because 2 were absorbed in 1. So I left 2 with an arrow up to number 1. Number 4, so we have 2 new staff members at the treatment plant who are maintenance 1s. Right now, 2 staff members out of 4 are responsible for 24/7, 365 operation based on qualifications. So, I like to see the names, and we're not hiding anybody. Seth and Roger, one of them always have to be here on the weekend, no matter what. So if we can get one of our new recruits trained and certified as an operator training, they can take on some of the weekend responsibilities, and then we can have a 3-person float instead of 2 all the time. It's not a lot, it's 5,000 a year to the sewer fund, which is funded for it, and, you know, training and career growth in the field. I'm gonna tell you, probably a little different than the other fields, if we don't grow our own, we are going to be greatly sorry. No one is in that field, you don't have kids going wanting to get into wastewater, like, it doesn't happen, and recruiting is difficult. And it's the hardest job to recruit, bar none, at the treatment plant. So, I think it is a wise investment to have him start, so one of them starting regardless of the position. Because he just wants to grow and learn, and it's great, but yeah, that is proposed to be added in the budget. And then engineering staff all lumped together, so you kind of heard my spiel with the first coordinator. You know, it's not a luxury. It is very nice to have the support in-house. There's a lot to go on when things do happen. There's a lot to do with our community, and if you don't talk about it, you don't do it, right? We had an exercise last week in creation, and I feel very sorry for that community because it's not. I mean, they have the issue with SPU, and that's kind of out front, but I'm not sure people understand what that means. And what we have to do as a community for responding to those is pretty big too, but we can continue and begin to more frequently educate our own people, myself included, my family. You know, it's great to have the scenario and then go home and talk about it, right? Like, if you don't talk about it, you're never gonna figure it out, and if you don't figure it out, you're hosed. So, you know, we want to do more of that. Like, we, you know, in an emergency like that where the valley's gonna be closed for months, if you don't need to be here, you don't want to. That's it. Like, if you can go, you need to go. It's 3.5 hours, the time the bell rings and the dam collapses to get you on. Right? So our family plan, my oldest and my wife, they get out of town. There's no reason for them to be a burden on our utility system, the food scarcity we're gonna have and manage. So, you know, not a lot of people are gonna think that way. We have to help train them to think that way, because otherwise we're gonna be responsible for them when something does happen. That's gonna take care of them. It's just easier to not be. So that kind of stuff is important, and that's like the tip of the iceberg, relatively speaking. You know, training in general, safety training, first aid, doing another first aid just I think this Thursday, or next Tuesday. ICS stuff for the city, building inspections, you know, all that is going to fall under there. General safety, equipment, stormwater, because it will be funded through storm, so other discharge. And unfortunately, someone sees a business owner dumping paint on a storm drain, half the block off Main Street 2 Thursdays ago, like, he's gonna get a call. And that's deployed through Department of Ecology. Like, there's just a lot of communication that occurs that people just don't understand, and then you have to follow up because they have done something illicit. There is an education requirement for the federal standards, so there's a lot of things that are just kind of ridiculous. But that said, trucks need equipment, inventory need to be had. We have stuff, but keeping that at hand. I've already received a request, you know, kind of secondhand on an AED for the ball field, and maybe another AED in the new facility we have. Like, yeah, that stuff has to be managed expensively. It has expirations, it needs testing and cycling. You know, there's again, tip of the iceberg, and safety is very important. And you know, safety to our own safety meetings for operations staff. We need more safety meetings for general office staff, and silly things are not silly when you throw your back out because you sat in your chair too long and you bent over and then you were really in a bad way. So that's the expansion of that role, and not to mention, you know, working with community development on code enforcement. So I think that specific person has a good personality to be in for that role. It's not going to be an end all be all for everything that comes in, but it will help mitigate a lot of the, you know, stuff that can be managed in a productive way. There's always going to be a couple of things in there that is gotta go up another level and everything, but with that said, that's that. And then, you know, workflow planning, number 3, capital programming. Like, we want to get more work out, and the way I expect that we can get more work out is to have a person responsible for the program or deploying the capital work and what's. So the intent is to hire an additional project manager to deploy the work for the utilities is a full funded utility position, is not split with anything general fund related. It wouldn't help out all the parks and streets, if there's sort of backlog in utilities, it needs to happen, but senior PM would transition to the program manager and manage projects along with managing program and deploying the work through the project. Every project needs something, some obviously much larger, like they're over than windows at City Hall, but again, it all takes wrangling, and we have lots of wrangling to do. That is almost a $10,000 annual cost for the role transition. It is it is a manager. So that's the step there. It's peer, sub peer to the city engineer. The person would still report to me, but working in with the capital program development city engineer's office, and the standards deployment and the materials and all that, but then doing the work and getting the work done, and manage would be that person. And then there is a little money in there to transition in 2026 for another retirement and some kind of like we did with wastewater, just a 3-month overlap on some funding to recruit and train and have a. We're currently trying to get the download 35 years of public works installations. So that is good. And then this will be on the website or wherever the clerk uses treats for you folks when we're done. So the next slide is just more touch points on progression of duties for the maintenance 1 to 2. And I think next slide. Yeah, these are just reiterations of the funding for the new FTEs. We're getting close. 2 more slides. The next slide done. And so shouldn't be surprised to hear from the FCS group on the financial stability of the utility funds, which is great, but they did acknowledge and they're fine recommending $0 increase in the water funds for the next 2-year period. I think we would continue to look at it on that on a regular basis every other year. The storm fund does need funds to do its work required of our needs and the requirements of the federal government and PS. So that is a big percentage. Good news is a smaller number of a 12% increase annually to get the funds to a healthy level, because that does fund the capital side of things as well for stormwater related needs. So that's on your table there as proposed. And the regular policy is a 2-year rolling CPI, which is 4.2%. This period of management. We won't get FCS's recommendation. We believe that's prudent at this time and what we would call our own recommendation. The next slide is good news, my last slide. So we typically do this with the rate structure coming forward, but I just figured I'd put it in here since it was a public topic. We don't have a solid policy on an annual increase for rates for both field use and rent. But since it's heavily related to labor wages, we just use the 2-year CPI like most of our other labor related indices. So it's 4.2%. And no, each of those is not exactly 4.2%, but the aggregate of the total is 4.2%. Since we didn't do pennies, we did whole dollars on rent. We do rent quite a bit. We are looking at some system automation for renting facilities, and that's the proposal that you have there. And that's it. Next slide. That's how they would like, right?
Yeah. Okay, so we'll take a round of questions and we'll start with Councilmember Mercer and then some.
Yes, so we appreciate the detail, a lot of detail in there. 2 things that I just want to ask a little more topical. One was obviously the Biden administration thing about lead pipe. You touched on lead pipes. I think in an earlier meeting, if there's any impacts either in public works staffing or related to sort of funding projects. And I also know that you did some smoke testing sort of earlier this summer, if there were any outcomes that would, because I didn't see either one of those specifically around either staffing needs or resourcing that.
The great question is some of the continual programs I didn't highlight. So we do intend to continue the annual II program. And that would be, Larissa and I had a fun conversation, so to speak, today. There's just so many lines of business and they're right now, like so crossed up. Like that would normally, in my mind, come out of the city engineer's office. But it's in Ben's wheelhouse because he had the time and the interest to get it done, right? So as we grow our team, kind of the lines of work might fall into a more, I won't call it appropriate, more where you might see it managed in a way that's a little more productive. Because it's on the forefront of that kind of person's mind, more so than just getting the project done, because it's appropriate, right? There's different things that go into everything. So yeah, community and I work, continue smoke testing, we remedied some of the smoke testing issues we found, not all of them yet, but it's a work in progress. They just installed more monitors today for the year ahead, 5 spots in town. To kind of, again, we live in Old Town, now we're looking at, whether you know or not, there's a manhole at the city, which are 2 places that comes in from both directions, so literally 145th is split the town. So we're managing that full side of the town now, and then a couple other spaces to keep that program going. So that's kind of that in a nutshell. The lead pipe is due next week, so the inventory is had. Betty and Marissa have worked on that. The lead, what we know is on the list. We're down to under 60 materials we are unknown. So what we will have to do is once we finalize the remaining 60, if it's just unknown, then 20% of those have to go physically look at and then report on the material. So there's not a lot of lead in town. Every pipe except for there's a run of pipe on First Avenue between, I would say, the hardware store and the post office, which is now our oldest piece of pipe. It is plastic PVC, but yeah, that one's our oldest remaining piece of pipe. We're bringing all them to replace. So we know our pipe networks that have been replaced are all ductile iron and PVC services. No lead in any of the fittings. The majority of the plats, again, they had to do a lot by lot for 3,200 lots to figure this out, but it was good because it's been segregated by a subdivision. So we knew, North Hill Lane in 2018, Underwood in 2005, Parkwood in 1989. So everything above 86 already is compliant. It's the ones that before that, depending on some of the rules, Brian, the building official, is helping out right now. Finding from 79 to 86, we were under a certain plumbing code, which may or may not have already disallowed that. But then we can kind of go 79 and below and figure out, yeah, that is done. We'll be done next week, and then we have the public on our website. So, you as a citizen can look at your address and see what you might have. So yeah, there's a lot of, and that is a completely unfunded area in the sense of not dollars, because a lot of them have resources, but time. Put that off, obviously, going to be the very last minute. So, yeah.
Councilmember Stoll?
ADA transition plan was it out of date or needs to be updated?
Yeah, so great question. The ADA transition plan, there are new standards that are implemented that took effect in September. And again, that's the ADA access on sidewalks adjacent to roadways, entrances into and through our public buildings. We have to document it, and then if they're deficient, we have to identify a plan moving forward on how we're gonna fix it.
Okay, so you mentioned the funding for grants is at risk with that.
So yeah,
Is that all grants or just federal grants?
Federal grants for road right of way work, not necessarily specific to the Park Health and Open Space Plan through Department of Commerce or something for a park, but roadway right of way federal funded grants. And what I don't know is the state of Washington wanted a lot of funds, like, I don't know if you're familiar with that term, but they turn Fed money into state money. I don't know if they're going to put strings on some of the state money that they got in grants, because in the background, like, millions of dollars come into this hopper, and then they distribute it at the state level. But I don't know if those are going to have federal grants. They have instituted many federal requirements on whatever they do give out, because I think, maybe some of that money just is easy to say, it all meets the Fed requirements, make sure it's all you know, USA based components for pipe, head basins, lids, like everything made in USA, we have to provide a manifest, you know, find all that says it was, like. We still have it on a daily basis, even with suppliers, like supply lots and supply developers, like Mr. Fisher, like, dude, this is India, I can't, what are you doing? Like, you just sent me a package on a different project last weekend, it's not India, and then this is India, you know, so there's a lot of that stuff that goes on compliance, and we don't know how to deal with it. And it is self-reporting at this time, but when they ask, we have to answer. When will they ask, how will they ask, who will ask, I don't know. I assume we're gonna check a box on something that says we have a plan that is compliant or we are not, and then what happens.
Then you had a budget item of $107,000.
Yeah, really,
But you said you needed 100, so you're short $7,000.
I think we're short of 106 or whatever.
You're short 106. I thought you were budgeted for 107, but you needed 115.
Yeah, 221 is the total number.
Oh, okay, that 150 is in addition to the
Yes.
107.
Councilmember Naplan, I saw your hand up and now it's gone. I'm just checking in. Did you still have a question or not?
Yeah, I don't know why it disappeared. That's weird. Is it my turn then?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm curious if we could use the TBD fund for the ADA transition plan. It seems like it would fit in very well with kind of the vision of the TBD.
Yeah, I think when we set that fund up and the ordinance reads very, of that need. Now, I can completely separate it out. It would not cover the facilities, right? So we are required to review this building, City Hall, the remodel offices, whatever else we use, public police station. So those would qualify, of course, but that can be separated out in the contract and the appropriate amount of dollars, you know, bookmarked to come out of the TBD fund. That is not up to me per se. I do believe it is eligible though.
Okay, I mean, I always prefer to use the most restricted funds first, and that would be the most restricted. So whatever we could use of that, that would be my preference.
Yeah, and I did talk with Cynthia about, you know, if we get this contract done and an understanding of the cost for this city site selection with the 150,000 ARPA, I can't see that costing $150,000. So if we could get into contract fast enough for ADA transition plan, then we could use those funds too, whatever are remaining. But I think we have options. Just time is tight on that transition. So.
Other questions?
I have another question, but I'll wait till everyone else goes.
I think it's a simple question, but you're talking about transitioning to auto reads on meters. You said going to eventually, do you have the number on how many power?
We don't. It's right now, it takes a half a day for one person to collect data. And then several hours to massage it with Angela in finance. Currently, the good news about when we do get that program up and running, we will have all new software. Because right now, the last 2 months, we've reread the city because we've lost the data. Those systems aren't very good. Right now, we have that issue, but yes, that it should reduce time since we're what I would say fairly low on resource use already. If we dropped it by 50%, that's a good number, but we're already down to less than 10 hours a month, so it's going to be 5-ish a month. But it gives us much more quick ability to respond to customers that call it, hey, I think I have a leak. You can pop into the system, you can log on to it yourself, you can set it to give me a text if I use 1,000 gallons in a 5-hour period kind of thing. So everybody will be able to see their use a lot more simply and app-based, which everything else is going to, and then we will be able to over time, we can't do it right away because it depends on what meters we have in the ground, but we would actually be able to shut off meters. So we have a place that goes through a lot of shut-offs. We can change the meter out, so Angel pushes the button, which would save the crew time on Thursday on shut-off day of shutting off meters and then turning meters off. Because they go out with the list. The list is getting very, very minimized. It used to be in the 40s and 20s, and I think we're under 10 normally now, if not single digits. Right? But we have to keep the land OT because they go at a certain time of day and turn off, which would save that. If, again, we have the newer meters can do it, not all the new meters can do it because there's a little bit of transition, but for the technology when they installed it. So if that's the case, we can start to save money on that kind of, because that's just literally sitting and waiting for a call and going and turning the meter off, right? So that would give some opportunity there, and again, just the use over time, you know, it's just gonna be helpful for us. We collect a lot of data on meters ourselves. So not only our buildings, but we rent out a couple of meters to commercial construction sites. The food tracks their usage and their collecting mains and roll-offs that we turn in, because if we don't, it's not part of the, we want it part of the math, because every ounce of water we quantify is now not lost. So we have to report our water we purchase, water we sell, and where the rest go. So we have to report that annually. So quantifying that to the best of our ability is important. And that would help with that. That's not super critical, but it is helpful. To that extent.
Councilor Schaefer, do you have any questions? Go ahead.
One of the questions. First of all, this budgetary view you gave us in detail, I think helps us appreciate everything that Public Works does. I've lived in a number of communities, had different experiences with the Public Works departments and utilities. Duval has been extremely positive for me. I think for most people who live here. This helps to explain why that's the case, because you use your budget so well, so efficiently. Related to your comment about retention of people, as a ex-manager, ex-hiring manager, I certainly understand the importance of people retention. A good employee is invaluable. And to see that you're tuned into that and put effort into that is certainly the right direction to go, and the right thing for us, the council, to support.
Appreciate that. One note too, and it was really funny. I don't think Cynthia was copied. I had a gentleman complaining about so we're street sweeping now, and people were out, and we were out at 5 a.m. on Saturday, and he came out very angrily at 5:41 precisely a.m. on Saturday on Big Rock Road. So we tried to stay to the commercial core and then your arterial, but we were blowing, and usually blow that early with electric blowers. But that was so dirty because of all the nooks and crannies adjacent to the curb and the bump outs and the ADA ramps, like they have the real blower. So, we work with our staff member on, how to maybe respond, because we are allowed to work outside of the normal construction hours for our public operation. It's not bound to 7 to 6. Obviously, this is once a year. But the gentleman was very nice to to demand what you were saying, like, hey, I want to verify this is allowed. I wasn't very happy, but I did want to say, Public does a great job. I've been to the places, and I do appreciate all what you said. It was very nice and funny. So, good chat internally, and we will definitely bring in our electric blowers when it isn't required to be. But again, when they're cars in the rain, they works great to blow all the stuff from the sidewalk on the street, or the sweeper to go behind and speed. But yeah, and the sweeper will come in handy. So when we do have to inspect, we're going to be at some number, hopefully under 10. We have to excavate out by the meter, the homeowner side. So the little sweeper actually has a backer hose attachment, and then can go suck that out like with a big vacuum instead of digging and getting a machine, or some guy we're told for a while. Like that can suck it out. We can see the pipe and then be done like super fast. Pretty excited for that. The lineup with having the sweeper now and having that work done and do by next.
I just have a comment. I don't have any questions. I just want to say I appreciate so much of this is a little unknown, and how much information you're able to give us, but it might, depend on this grant or that, and all of your best guesses are very educated guesses, and I appreciate how much you're able to give us without having a crystal ball for the future. But I especially appreciate the research with like the janitor custodial position. Super practical, and I think you're right, that would take a lot off of several plates. And you may not even realize how much that would, and I like how you put some flexibility in that, it's not just indoor space. Too, and I just think that could be really valuable.
Yeah, and they're not my own, right? All the staff, like, and the more productive and participatory that we have, the better number of people get.
So my question to council, I know we have a council member that has additional questions, we have other presentations as well. We've done one round, do we want to go back and fulfill any unanswered, or do we want to utilize sending them to me and I'll forward them to Cynthia so we can carry on with additional presentations? I'm good either way, I just wanna check, given time.
How long is your question?
Your question is quick.
Does council want to allow more questions or carry on? What's that? Are we fine? Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Knapp.
Yeah, I just, our community has felt very strongly that trees, maintenance of our wild areas, having restoration type natural areas where we combat invasive species, super important. And when I think about how we've pretty dramatically expanded our maintenance staff, and a lot of the work happens, I mean, obviously there's work year round, but there's a pretty intense amount of work that happens during the growing season. And then trees, restoration type work, removing invasive species often happens kind of opposite of the growing season. Do we see that there would be any possibility to have a program to do more of that work during kind of the non-growing season?
I'm not an expert on some of that, like the knotweed and whatnot, and I don't know if you can treat it when it's not growing, but yeah, we're looking at programs. I had a meeting this week, last week, I don't know, it's been crazy busy, but having an approach with Laura and Larissa, so working with the Mountain Sound Greenway, they do plantings in our tributary and they want to do more, and we have funds and they have grant opportunities, and we might be able to marry more things together to get more bang for our buck. But again, that's just more work for more people to participate in managing. So, you know, I know we talked about stormwater and tree canopy and those kinds of things, that they are all integral. Certainly think more monitoring of our storm system and finding those invasives is just going to happen. So I think that's probably something that's going to be managed more by the stormwater coordinator. And then I think, yeah, in the winter months, partnering with the Mountain Sound Greenway folks, like they hire people, their job is to do good for the systems that are, you know, stream and greenway related, and they have horsepower. And if we have funds that can be used and they can do the work and we can help facilitate that, and those are great partnerships to explore. But again, it just takes more time. But yeah, I think we're hopeful to do more of everything, regardless of what it is.
Okay, so you don't think we'd be able to use our own internal maintenance staff to do some of that work in the non-growing season?
Again, if it's prudent, yes, we have met and had some training provided through King County, Knock the Sweet program like a month and a half ago, specific to the weeds like Lake Rasmussen, which I believe are knotweed. So we will be tackling some of those features. Again, I don't want to promise that can happen in the winter, because right, you don't pull that weed out, you treat that before you get rid of it. And it's
I guess I'm thinking Himalayan blackberry, I think, is typically dug out during the off season.
Yeah, I haven't specifically thought about blackberry. Currently, you know, I don't know. It hit on top of my list. If you have a specific area, just let me know. I don't have a specific area in mind. Outside of the park, and I say the whole McCormick Park, 50 acres, because Mountain Sound Greenway are helping plant that and establish that on our behalf, you know, right now. So, yeah.
Did other council members have additional questions? Let's move on to the public works then.
Okay, we will do executive, legislative, city attorney, economic development, it will be a tenth of the time. For all of those departments combined. So these are all general funds. With no associated revenue attached to them, so very quick overview of the changes in these funds. So next slide. It's just the agenda going through each of them. Next slide. Next slide. There we go. So on the executive budget, so what is the executive budget? The executive budget is the budget that funds my salary, and it funds the mayor, and then anything associated with our offices. So supplies, equipment, training, travel and meals are funded through the executive budget, along with any professional services contracts that are related to projects that are derived from the mayor and his office. So in the past, in this last biennium, there were professional services related to mediation services, facilitation services, and other projects associated with recruitment. So most of that is gone. So working through this budget. So there's a reduced base in 25 and 26. So we started with the base budget. I then took cuts out of the executive budget. So in 2025, we reduced the base from 336 to 312. And then in 2026, I reduced the base from 349 to 325. And that base is set based on the 2023-2024 budgeted amounts, and then the expected use of the budgeted amounts. So that's how the base is. So we took some cuts. Most of the cuts in this budget are related to professional services over the biennium. However, I did add back communications and social media services with the anticipation of losing the communication coordinator. And that was discussed preliminary in our meeting on 9/17. So there is 20,000 added back in for the social media consultant and communication consultant services for both years in this biennium in professional services. There's a slight increase in office supplies to accommodate increase in staff recognition awards for additional years of service, and then staff recognition picnic, which is a wonderful event. A slight increase in 2025 to accommodate training costs and travel for National League of Cities, as well as additional employees to go to labor relations. We will need to send folks to that because, as we learned from our workload study, we don't have HR, and so we need to build some capacity on community relations and labor relations. And then one additional change to staffing, as we discussed, the community events coordinator is currently funded through ARPA. Through the executive budget, we're making a recommendation to operationalize that position. We think in the city, and we would like to see that placed in the executive budget. Next slide. So the legislative budget is the budget that includes everything to support council initiatives. So in this case, there is an increase to the base budget from the base budget that we set. So in 2025, it goes from 190 to 210, and then we reduce that down in 2026. The changes that we have associated with the legislative budget, and this was discussed, I don't know, with Mayor Pro Tem probably a month and a half ago. We increased the supply budget for impromptu workshops. We had several this year, so we want to make sure that we have the supply budget to accommodate that, as well as we've added additional money to election services. So the funding for election services resides in the legislative budget. And we added money there with the anticipation of potentially having to go out for revenue initiatives in the coming year to meet what will be our financial goals. So I planned for that in the legislative budget in 2025. If council decides not to do it in 2025, we could certainly roll it over into 2026. Slight decrease in travel and meals based on just prior usage. That fund hasn't been used, so we decreased it slightly based on use. And then in 2026, the decrease in election services, largely because we don't anticipate revenue votes, revenue election in 2025, but also we don't have council member elections in 2026. Slide. So the city attorney budget is largely remaining exactly the same, though there in terms of what the city attorney does. As we looked at the contract extension a couple months ago in council, and we voted that contract extension, we anticipate going back out for city attorney RFP in the beginning of 2026. So we have an extension of the contract with Ogden Murphy Wallace through 2025. It did increase the budget slightly to reflect we may have additional review for code changes because Director Thomas has an exhaustive list of code changes that need to happen related to the comp plan, as well as revisions to the personnel code. And then we anticipate needing city attorney services to help with elections. Next slide. As we discussed in the September 17th budget, this has been reduced by $125,000 for each year of the biennium. The only thing that is left in the economic development budget is $12,000 each year, which is the Port of Seattle. Now, council can decide, whether or not this is something a drastic change that you want to support, but we want to start somewhere because we had some really significant cuts that we needed to make to this budget. So I took out what had been in the last biennium. So it is a very thin fund. We will have, we are inviting the recipients of the Economic Development Grant Awards to come to council on the November 5th meeting to talk about the projects and what they potentially gained from those economic development awards, to give council the opportunity to consider whether this is an approach you want to take. And if you want to add in money for those grants.
And one bright side of that darkness, the Flower Pot program is in the park budget. Accommodated for us, so that was seed money that we will be looking, hopefully to partner with the school as well as ACE, but yeah, work well. The capital part of that installation is ready to go back. It just needs, during plans. That I know it's important for me.
So those are the general fund programs that I manage. And we have one proposal from an executive level in the strategic fund. And that's the expenditure of the lobbying services. So we signed a contract that uses all the money that is in the current budget for a 6-month contract for lobbying services. On the state and federal level, there is a proposal to use strategic fund monies to continue that contract with the hope that we can get grant funding and appropriation for some of our big capital infrastructure projects. And as promised, those are the general funds line items that come under my purview.
Councilmember Isaacson?
More of a question to make sure my assumptions were correct. So like when you reduce the budget for your this development that much, if we stick with it, we as council in the city, we can, as we look at opportunities maybe we missed, or the money that's not there, and we want to put money back in it because things will move to other places. We can do that at some point maybe for one that's annual. It's just for us and our planning when we're recall previous, like may look thin now, but as we go through the first year of planning, we want to take advantage of some extra funds somewhere else, move around, put more money for this development too much.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'll answer that specific question and I'll add to it. So yes, we can actually do budget amendments starting in January. So if all of a sudden we realize that our projections are off, the city's we need to do it. we can do budget amendments through an approved budget. And then secondarily, we do the mid-buy reconciliation process where we adjust and have force. Maybe we budgeted this amount, but we don't need that. So that is planned activity next year, but anytime we can do budget amendments if needed. Secondarily, I would say, even though there is not money associated in the economic development budget, that doesn't mean my activities will be limited to doing nothing around with economic development. My goals actually for next year are really focused on the financial health of the city, economic development, getting businesses in here and finding grant opportunities to support economic development and HR. And so even though we don't have budget, that doesn't mean that we won't get it and then place it back in that line.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nevlin?
Thank you. One of the things that I think we were kind of hoping to accomplish with the communications position, and I don't know if it's still planned to be done, but was having different ways to engage with the public besides social media or our website. Maybe having, you know, some kind of way you could subscribe to getting text updates. You could get on some kind of email list, like you could give your preferred communication method and, you know, subscribe to certain categories of things. And I think OpenGov might have also had some of those features, and we might be paying for that already. I'm not 100% certain, but is that something we're still hoping to get deployed? Is that something that we have a chance of getting done in the next biennium? Just if you can't answer it now, just if there could be any additional information on, you know, how we plan to engage with the public and our communication plan.
Well, we have not written an overall communication plan. However, we have made some progress towards that goal. So when we updated the website, it has more functionality to do kind of text alerts and that kind of thing. It takes a little bit of money to deploy that part of the new website design. And so there's a possibility of doing that, but it takes a little bit of investment resources. We would not do that through OpenGov. The other thing is, at each of our events now, we've created a form that asks the community, would you like to be on email lists? And what kind of information would you like? We have this that Rita started using. And so we're really doing that more associated with community events and asking people to give us that information so we can start building those email lists. The other thing we're doing, and again, probably more associated with community events, is we're doing a summer event guide. Rita and I began working on that this week actually, to produce next year and, you know, following years for the whole list of holiday events. So we're looking at different opportunities to communicate more, but an overall communications plan that outlines kind of every way we communicate hasn't been done.
Okay, yeah, I guess I'm thinking of things like, sometimes I don't know what is happening around the city unless I happen to be on social media. So if a road is closed or if there's, you know, the water system is down or different things like that. If I wasn't on social media, I wouldn't really have any way of knowing about it. So I guess maybe that might be emergency management, but kind of a crossover of just a way to communicate besides social media. There's a lot of people that aren't on Facebook, and I've heard that as a council member from people in our community that they really don't want to be dependent on social media. And if there are other ways that the city could communicate kind of those urgent pieces of information or upcoming meetings or things like that, just I guess like that. And I don't know if that's something you need funding. That's why I'm talking about it during the budget. If we have that bandwidth, maybe in the remaining contract with ARPA, with our existing position that we have, or if that needs to be worked in, because I do think that the community really would benefit from that and has been asking for it.
Well, included in the executive budget, I have asked for communication services, and that would be some of the work that we would consult instead of having a communications coordinator to do that.
Director Lukashevsky and then the mayor.
Just on the topic too, communications, one thing I neglected to say about emergency management coordinator, he would participate in managing a lot of the push of information from the public works side of things. We haven't really developed a plan fully as, you know, not that I don't want to do work for something I'm not going to do, but I don't want to do it for something we may not do. But I know it's probably going to be more building centric on deployment and communication. So, you know, my group, community development group, we're on the same house. So that might be a nice way to work off that communication. Luke's looking into Code Red. I don't know that we would use that for general services and information, just for roads, some utility system needs, obviously emergency management preparedness and other items, and it's kind of like a reverse 911 tool he's looking at getting for the city. But yeah, I don't think I'm with you, Councilmember Naplan. I don't use social media. The good news about social media is I know that people who use it, that they usually contact me like, what is going on? I saw this here. I'm like, I don't know, let me check. You know, so it's just hard to know where everybody wants to be. But I know Rita has done a lot of information gathering at her events and how you've heard of this, what's the best way for you to hear of this. So there is that nice element. I know she's doing that at the movie whatever 2 Saturdays ago at the farm, which is great. So hopefully we have some discernible, you know, good data from that.
Yeah, it's a work. Our hope is we can lead to this in case illness we have, you could sign up for different. You could do it via email or text. Do you want to know what you'll leave? Do you want to go to a book club? Do you want to know about communities? We have the functionality, may take the investment, a little more resources to build or to buy more capacity in our website, but that's the vehicle to do it is through our website.
Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that road closures, flooding, all those type of things are really an emergency management role. So Code Red is an option. Casey Inform has a lot of information, especially since our road closures are primarily King County road closures. So we would not be the primary notifier of those. One of the really important things is to have consistency. And so if you invest in any type of program and start doing that work, you need to do it on a regular basis, especially when it's related to emergency situations. So you can make sure that the capacity exists to do that work ongoing. In relation to subscribing to things and getting notified of things people are interested in, that is also pretty darn extensive in the long run. Again, consistency and having the bandwidth to do it. Developing a newsletter and informing folks takes a significant amount of time for each one of those to be developed and to be developed with and have proper editing, et cetera. So Code Red, I think, would be, you know, looking at something like Code Red for emergency is more appropriate for now. But I think in the future, when the budget stabilizes and a full-time communications person is able to be brought back in a few years, with any luck, that would be the time to institute those things. Absolutely, communication, as everyone knows, has been one of my #1 priorities for the last 15 years. And now we've seen just what we can get with a full-time person. We're going to lose a lot of that capacity moving forward this next biennium, which is really unfortunate, but that is the hand we're dealt with at this point with trying to balance a general fund budget. So just wanted to share that, especially managing communications in my professional life, that consistency and that effort is actually significant and far more than one would think.
Thank you. Other council members have questions on this section? Yeah, and I would just say, you know, to Councilmember Isaacson's point, same thing goes for not just economic development, travel and training as well. You know, we try to get it as close as we can to not occupy money that, you know, may not get used. So if, you know, a lot more of us want to go to a conference and we need to amend and change something, then we always can. Great.
Whichever one pops in first.
We'll let them decide.
See who is
Community development want that rush.
So we could name them more comments. So we're gonna talk.
1 second, please.
Ready? Okay. So community development is on deck, so community development comprises two departments, the building and planning department. This evening we'll look at one-time planning expenditures. We have one in the strategic fund, and then the remainder are in Fund 15, which is our general fund in the planning department. We're also going to talk a little bit about policy work, mandated versus the non-mandated. And that can be like staff driven or comp plan driven, but for the most part, we have full focus on what's mandated. Then if there's anything left, and we try to do items that are important in the community council and the community. We'll also just talk about the you keep going. Just our existing FTE. So what our department looks like today. So the building department, we're gonna talk a little bit about the role of the building department. We're really looking honestly at the front of the car, because this is really more of our internal services, like how we provide services internally versus the trunk, which is how we're facing the community, because you pretty much already know those. We talked about them before. But we do administer chapter 10, which is the building code. That is the big lift for our building department. We also manage code enforcement, and we'll actually talk a little bit about that as we move forward. But as you know, we had 0.5 FTE this year for code enforcement. We were unable to recruit it at a 0.5, and we are proposing to drop that a little bit. Our budget's tight, but we wanted to continue to fund it at the 0.25, and so we're partnering with Public Works. So Luke, with our emergency management coordinator, manager, will be assisting the building department in code enforcement in the next biennium budget. We also manage OpenGov permit software and issue building permits. We also are helping other departments to set up some of their permits within the OpenGov system as well. So one of the next ones that you'll see, we're partnering with Rita, and we're going to be working on special event permits and putting those up. And we're also going to be working, Luke and I will be working with Rita and redrafting policies. We also participate in way too many regional meetings, honestly. During the pandemic, it worked really well because everything was remote. Well, now there's a lot more in-person meetings, so we're having to kind of decide what we're gonna be moving forward. Because if there's a meeting in Renton and it's at 9 in the morning, it takes up like well over half of our day, sometimes 2/3 of our day. So we're really putting the message out there too, by the way, of all of these organizations, like, hey, we're on the east side, and it might take us like 90 minutes or 2 hours to get there for an hour and a half meeting, and then another hour and a half back. It seems like they're listening, so stay tuned. I think that's good. We're talking about it. We also manage the fire and the local agreement, and no surprise, we'll be coming back actually in the coming months to update ILA, because our current ILA is technically with Woodinville Fire. It used to be with King County Fire District 45. In January, King County Fire District 45 will technically and officially become Eastside Fire and Rescue. So we're having to work through that, and we'll talk a little bit further in this presentation about what that means financially. We also support and permit public projects. Like, that's one of our favorite things to do, honestly, is to work with Public Works on all the great projects that they get to do. You know, our role is pretty small. We just kind of do the permitting stuff and often the inspections. Next slide.
Good luck, it's offered to do permits for us.
Thank you. You can write it down and take it to the bank. It's a long list. It's just part of what we do. So we implement the growth management act. We draft and implement periodic updates to the comp plan for 2024. That's what we're doing. We also draft and implement the shoreline master program. All of the three things, actually the four things above, those are driven by GMA or the Shoreline Master Program, the Act, SMP Act, or in some cases, they're in Department of Ecology, and that's where the Shoreline Master Program is. We also draft and implement our zoning code, but our zoning code is based on what? It's based on our comprehensive plan and the community vision. So that takes up quite a bit of time between doing the comp plan and the zoning code. We also have the great opportunity to staff and manage the planning commission. That's probably one of the favorite things our Flint does. We really enjoy that because it really is part of, it's the community coming to us, right? And then we get to share information with them, and then we get to share what planning commission's thoughts, concerns are with the city council. But more importantly, they're doing a lot of the work that comes to you for review and approval. So they're a really important component of our department. Again, you know, we also manage the development review team. I would say that loosely, we all are really equal partners in that, within that group. We regularly meet every week on Wednesdays for anywhere between 1 and 2 hours. Those are also the times we do our pre-application meetings as well. And they're actually really good opportunities, because when we talk about maybe programming or projects, or even knotweed. I was talking to Larissa at DRC, like, we got knotweed next to the church, and they called me and said, are we supposed to get rid of our knotweed if you're not taking care of your knotweed? Oh, yeah, okay, so Larissa and I were talking about that a couple of weeks ago. I provide code enforcement support, so I help in that endeavor, and I do mostly like kind of the zoning planning type stuff. Brian will do, for the most part, like the building code, but we focus on health and safety, because right now we just don't have the staff resources, so we take the most important ones and work on those. And that's really what we'll continue to do. There's not going to be a lot of change when we add the support, because we'll still be fairly limited. We'll just be able to do a better job, create a better policy, and have a better program that reads more chances. Again, regional meetings, we talked about that. We manage professional service contracts with department. All departments do that, so I don't know why I put that on there, but it's painful. Just to be honest, like next year we all have like our our service contracts are out. So yeah, thank you, Steve. You didn't put that on your list. It takes a lot. It takes a lot of stuff. Like it's hours and hours, and then I'm not sure, but it feels like nice. I know, and it's like. We pretty much kind of come into a couple different compartments. So most of what we do is obviously in the general fund, and planning's in the 15. And what is in there? It's salaries, wages, policy work, professional service, contracts, kind of boring. It's not as fancy and fun as public works. It's a little bit more boring. Sometimes we are part of the strategic fund, and we'll talk a little bit about that because that helps fund some of our mandated initiatives. And this year, the last 2 years, and going into a portion of next year, our transportation and comp plan will have a carryover of about $95,000. Don't forget, we're doing over $600,000 worth of planning work between 24 and I'm sorry, 23 and 26. We also generate quite a bit of revenue, but on that we also have expenses. So the building and permitting fund is the 104 fund. And this is permit fees, this is building, fire inspections. It also contains school impact fees and then salaries and wages. We didn't even talk about like training and those types of things. There are certain things that are mandated that departments go to, especially the building department. Not as much in the planning department, but we also have required training as well. We also generate actually a pretty good amount of revenue, especially development permits. Is the IT charge, and that goes and helps fund our IT fund, and that helps pay for things like open, so which is a great tool for our department. We also have revenue that's in the general fund for site plan, subdivision, CUPs, all the things that the planning department does to approve land use projects within the community. So an example that would be Redemption Church or the Duval Rec or a subdivision. Next slide. Ooh, that's a little bit small. Good thing I don't need glasses for that far away yet. So and Steve said this a little bit, so you'll see just a tiny bit of redundancy, but for 2025, we're estimating 64 building permits. In 2026, you'll see 42. We budget for that, but we don't necessarily budget for a ton of other revenue. So all of the other TIs and commercial permits, we put a small amount in. We basically use the base of our residential for creating. In 2024, by the end of this year, we think we're gonna be plus or minus. I don't think we're gonna be below 100. I don't think we're gonna be that far above. And that is a shift downward to what we thought. We ended up issuing more permits at the end of last year that we hadn't expected. But we're gonna issue a little bit less this year. Partly because a lot of the developers are selling their properties to different home builders, and so they're going back to the table, relooking at their residential development permits. But we will get flooded because our fees are gonna go up every year, so as usual, December. People pick up a lot of permits and they submit a lot of permits as well, like for busing for the most part. Our permit revenue for plan review and inspection, so that's the work that Brian and James would do. We estimate 236,000 in revenue in 25 and 160,000 in 2026. School impact fees in 25 and 26, that's a pretty good amount of money, about 889,000 in 25 and 580,000. We also have the increase in our fire permit inspection fees. So in 2025, we estimate 15,000, and then 2026, 24,000. There's a couple of reasons for that. One of the reasons is because now we have and commercial development coming in, so they require more permits and more inspections. But probably more importantly is our fire fees are going up significantly. That was one of the trade-offs when we went from 25 to 45 East Side Fire. Their hourly rates are more, so we'll be talking about that a little bit too when we bring forward the fee resolution. We'll also talk about it when we bring the ILA. In some cases, they're overdone, so it's going to be prepared for that. Other permit review, and this is mostly generated out of the planning department, and this is for land use review fees. In 2025 and 2026, we estimate 30 to 50,000 per year. It really depends on what comes in, like there's no crystal ball, but we usually have a fairly good play. One of the things that's a priority for our department, and honestly other departments as well, is decreasing professional service support and utilizing more internal staff to do as much work as we can, but it is dependent on our other workload, inspections and policy. So next slide. So let's talk a little bit about our one-time expenditures. Unfortunately, we have no grants coming in. Planning rarely gets grants. Like the state gives us grants about every decade for our shoreline permit, for our shoreline program, critical areas sometimes, for our growth management update or conference. Well, this last funding cycle, we're going to give you $125,000, and it's the things you have to do. We are spending $600,000 over this biennium, and we got 125. So maybe the state needs a little bit of an adjustment in their philosophy. I don't know what'll happen, but we're always hoping. Our general fund, the 15, is where we utilize the majority of our resources, but I don't want to forget that we do have an LTE funded for one of our senior planners, and that's done through ARPA, and that ends in April of 2026. We are mandated to do our sensitive area update this next year, so congratulations to us. It'll be about $50,000. We need to complete our shoreline master program. We might combine this with our sensitive area policy for economy scale. However, we might build in 2 phases, and if we can, that's probably what we'll do, because we'll save some money and then do it as part of the second phase. But I am working with Department of Ecology. It depends on how the compliance our policy is and whether they'll let us stay. So stay tuned. I mean, honestly, it's kind of the best news. Like, I've not had a lot of good news out of the state recently, so that's a little bit. We do have to update our design guidelines, and we do have partial funding for this. And this is coming in with mandates from the state as well on the design guidelines and how our design guidelines need to grow. And so we have 50,000 budget for it. It is a good amount of money, but design guidelines can be a little bit expensive. So our scope is going to be semi-narrow. And then Troy and I will do a lot of the writing of that policy as well. We do have miscellaneous professional services. So an example of that would be our arborist services. We are cutting back a little bit on that just because we're tight going into this next biennium. So what that means is that when we get tree removal permits in, they'll actually have to submit their own arborist report. The messaging on that's going to be important, so we're going to work on that, and we're going to put some information in the December newsletter. And we're already starting out with the new applications that we get in now, because what happens if we don't get an arborist report, then we call our arborist, and it's at least $750 for us to send somebody out. And so we want to be, kind of judicious with when we send them out, and look at it. Is it that we figure it out? Maybe, maybe not. Or is it an exceptional tree? Whenever we have exceptional trees, that's where we'll focus on arborist resources. We're updating the code enforcement policy, and this is going to be a fun group exercise. We are partnering with SPU Law Program, and actually Naomi is part of this policy update next spring. We'll also be using emergency management Luke, because he's going to be working with us on this project as well. And then of course our city attorney and our city administrator. So yay, and I did budget some money for, and that's really only for the city attorney's time. And Cynthia said this in her presentation, she increased the city attorney budget because we all have so much policy work coming over the next 2 years. I think, let's see, general fund planning, let's see, so we did budget, and we talked a little, we kind of alluded to this when we were talking about land use capacity, comp plan, and our housing and land use goal and policies. If we need to go in and adjust our targets, which is the reconciliation process, that'll take a little bit of money and time and expertise, and maybe even some city attorney time. It depends on what hour we have to go in with. We also have to audit our zoning code for needed changes for post comp plan, because whenever you go in and you do your comp plan, you then have to update sometimes your development regulations and works, but almost always your zoning code. And so that's a key requirement. So we'll be doing that next year. We're gonna do about half of that for ourselves, and then get some technical assistance as well. We will complete our sign code. We don't need really any additional resources for that, other than our city attorney doing a last review. He's already participated in our first 2 drafts, so we're getting close to the end on that. We also have a mandate to complete our permit processing policy. The budget impact related to that is the city attorney. It's awesome. We also are going to be looking at updating our ADU policy, because that's another mandate. I know I've been talking about a lot of mandates. And we'll do that one in general. It actually is probably the easiest of all. Like I'm pretty confident I could do a strike complete in 2 hours, but it's not just about doing a strike all the other funds the state requires us to do, which is go, go review, go to planning commission, go to council, go to commerce, public hearings, resolutions. It just takes time. A lot of times, the development of a policy can be tough. We did leave I call them the cutting room floor items. I didn't put them on this. We had wanted to do short-term rentals, but we're just not able to do it because we can't fund it. But my commitment to the mayor and city administrator is if we somehow get through some of these things earlier, we will come back and look at that. And then we also, left on the floor, our landscape standards. I don't know that we'll be able to do any work on that. We might have to wait till the next budget. And then the strategic fund, it's just a carryover of $95,000. So in general, our budget in our department is smaller because we're just doing less policy work. So I didn't want to go, we're 300,000 less, because it's kind of not, it's not a real lens to look through. It's just that we're not seeking more money because we don't have some of the bigger policy pieces. But we are having to tighten our belt a little bit and really prioritize what we're doing over the next year. These are our, this is just our flow chart really for our department. So right now in planning, we have 2 senior planners. So we have Troy, who you've met here on occasion. We also have Naomi. Naomi's position is an LTE. I don't really want to talk about the associate planner position because we have been trying to recruit it. We're in our 2nd recruitment. We're offering a little bit, money to go along with that. We do have our 2nd interview set up, but it took a lot of people to even call us back for them to want to re-interview with us. So I'm not sure what to think about that, but stay tuned. We have somebody from out of state, somebody from the county north and the county south, and they're solid candidates. So I'm hoping we find somebody out. If not, I'll be going back to Cynthia because we're all gonna have to figure out some things. I don't think we can really do that. The building department has Brian as our building official, so he technically manages James and Melanie and code enforcement. Melanie manages the permit specialist one. I just oversee the department in general, so Brian comes to me, we go through this stuff. I don't manage, but I do manage my work group. Next slide. Are there any questions?
Wow. I think that's kind of over or something. Steve, don't stop it. Oh, Councilmember Schaefer.
Just a comment, again, this type of financial view of things helps us understand what your department does, and every, gives us a nice overview, not only of your people, but the responsibility. That's helpful for me, and I think the other council members, just keep that understanding throughout the year as we budget items and discuss different staff issues, etc.
Okay, next slide. I just want to point out the critical role of finance. Finance teams often go unnoticed, sitting in the back office, diligently getting work done. But we are a critical part of the city's ability to successfully provide services and maintain our fiscal health. Our finance team interacts with every department of the city. We are supporting our support, managing funds, paying invoices, paying staff, providing services, allow departments to be successful with their goals. And our current finance team is honestly striving to provide our best service and support and resources that we can deliver to our city team. Next slide. Okay, so this is our current finance team. I'm so fortunate to have such a dedicated and talented team in place. They work so hard to keep up with all of demands. For 2025-26, we are requesting to add a position of finance manager to our team, which would move us from 4 FTEs to 5. We had actually budgeted and approved in our prior year internship or interim position, which we are not no longer requesting moving forward. Okay, so what does the team do? Here's a quick list of the responsibilities that my team manages. But I can tell you that these responsibilities, although it looks like a quick list, it rolls into some very detailed processes and procedures for action and execution.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're
Just trying to do two things at once.
Okay, so as you listened through all of Public Works' wonderful presentation, you can imagine the kind of work that my team has to do to support and fund all of their activities. So we are estimating in this projection to increase our FTEs to 5. We're hopeful that we can bring on a finance manager in May of 25. Because of the duties and responsibilities that we perform for others, our general fund support only supports 41% of our salary and benefits. Building funds and the building permitting fund picking up a portion of that. Our supplies, professional services, travel requests, it remains consistent. You know, that budget is really very small compared to other departments. Our current finance and accountability audit is wrapping up. There is a chance that we may need a single federal audit next year, depending on our federal spend. So we are accounting for that in our budget. We're also hoping to send 1 or 2 staff to our annual conference. We are communicating very closely with the OpenGov team. I had an opportunity to review their conference schedule. I'm super excited about the training and networking that they offer at their annual conference. So I'm hoping to be able to participate in that, and then we have that in our budget request. Go next slide. Accomplishments. I am so proud of our finance team, just in how they embraced the challenges over this past year with such grace and understanding. Getting our annual report submitted, it's always a good feeling, especially for me being my first time through the Washington State process. We are, I think one of the biggest accomplishments work that we've done in this current year is the 22-23 state audit. That the transition from our financial system to OpenGov has really had the finance or the audit team focus and taken a very deep dive in examining our records to ensure that smooth transition and accurate transition of data from one system to another. It's been a tremendous amount of work, and I'm so appreciative for my team in taking that work on. And you know, through all the hard work and unexpected challenges that come up, you know, this team continues to remain positive and supportive, and it has just been my real pleasure to lead them and support them. Hey, where do we go? So I'm super excited about the possibilities of this team and the things that we can accomplish. First and foremost, you know, we need to set ourselves up to be proactive and not reactive. This is going to take time dedicated to setting structure, documenting processes, reallocating tasks. I'm very excited about implementing new OpenGov functionality, adding workflow approvals within the system, increasing reporting, creating financial dashboards. We are also going to be implementing new UKG modules. UKG is the system that we are using for timekeeping and payroll. So we are working on currently implementing, HR and benefit modules. In the next year, we will be implementing a performance management and training tool. And continuing to embrace and add additional functionality in those modules. These systems have so much possibility, but it really takes time, effort, and training to manage them and maintain them. Next. So we are requesting to increase by 1 FTE by adding a finance manager. So I just want to talk a little bit about the benefits of the finance manager role to our finance team. There are many benefits of adding a finance manager to the team, providing additional financial services and support. It's a great benefit to the entire city team. But my biggest concern with the current team is too small to fully support our state auditor's office recommendation for the separation of financial duties. This really puts us at risk. We also need to support and allow for 2 staff to actively be processing payroll and utility billing. These are our most complicated processes, which take continuous training to stay relevant with our robust software in practice to ensure that we are processing accurately. Having backup that only processes once or twice a year is a risk that we can't afford to take. We've all seen the recent news regarding fraud and understand the risks involved with small city government. We need a finance team that is the right size to ensure appropriate internal controls, policy compliance. And I need a team that allows me to be a finance director to focus on financial analysis, reporting, risk management, compliance, strategic planning to support continued financial health to the city, and to be able to provide the support to other directors that they need, whether it's contracts and capital planning, all of that. So I strongly support the addition of finance manager role to the team.
Councilmember Mercer?
So again, I appreciate the detailed sort of lens of the business. I think we're all aware that you've got a lot in coming to the role without it also a lot to do. Just to call out specifically, there were several call outs around OpenGov and also around process documentation, which I know consumed a significant amount of bandwidth for the team this year. I was just curious, obviously the new FTE provide some additional bandwidth to extend that, because I imagine right now some of it's being done in tandem with the sort of run business work, which is less efficient than being able to codify. But you had sort of updates, but I assume there's still like documentation that still needs to be completed. And then the other question I just had was around council had sort of asked or some additional focus on long-term financial planning by essentially shifting some of your duties. You had a line about strategic planning. I'm assuming that would also fall into that bucket to free you up to specifically focus on the longer term health of the city, and particularly the sort of upcoming financial growth in terms of how we budget and plan for sustainability. So
yeah, I mean, right now, I mean, we're honestly putting out fires. We're getting that daily, work done, but there's so much that comes up that it's just really taking our attention. So trying to spend that time proactively being creative, planning for what's next, and improving our systems. Like we have a great system that provides a lot of things that help us small improve work, like the capability of having an electronic approval process, it documents that in the system. So when auditors come out, like where's the sign up, where's the check and balance, our system helps us set us up for success. But we have to have the time to plan and utilize that. We're doing invoice approval using the SharePoint platform. That's like that can all be done through a workflow process that will alert others, directors to be able to go into HubGov and digitally approve it in the system. for payment. There's so much capability that, you know, OpenGov was implemented so quickly, it wasn't here, it's basically, let's get us up and running. You know, now we're realizing there's so many ways that we can be efficient and more effective in what we do, but it takes time to plan that out. We don't wanna just like throw some time at it and get it working. We want it to be right, and it's gonna be working with our departments and you know, flow training out what's the best approach and how we want to set it up. That is the beauty of OpenGov. It's, you know, so much room for personalization, but it takes time to manage that. And as we're trying to manage what's there, we're constantly upgrading. You know, we're getting a new global navigation menu, which I'm gonna have to train directors on, you know, on those changes are all. I know, you know, and anytime you have a change to that, you know, you get set in your patterns, you're like, oh, it click here, and there it gets me to the screen. Well, you change one click, you know, so I mean, there's a lot to keep up with, you know, with their updates. I know when I was at the WFOA conference just a few weeks ago, I was talking with some of the representatives that were there, and there were a lot of people commenting because there aren't a lot of people using OpenGov. But one of the things, you know, that was commented by one of the presenters was that OpenGov is set up to be AI compatible. In fact, they're, you know, I'm told they're rolling out some AI capabilities within maybe the next 6 months, and you know, that's just going to increase, you know, our ability to utilize that, you know, in so many great ways. But it's going to take a lot of support and training to do that. So getting off track here, but we are documenting processes. What I would really like to do is take a look at what everyone's doing, because the preparation of committees, you know, certain people can't do the same thing. And so by adding another person to that group, we can take a look at and effectively parse out duties so that we have that appropriation. Because if you're, you know, doing utility billing, you can't be processing your payments. You know, that's an obvious check and balance. So, you know, working within those guidelines from the state auditor's office on appropriate duties, you know, we're struggling with that. I mean, and a lot of times we've had to, you know, pull myself or the city administrator over to overview, you know, scanning of the daily deposit. You know, make sure that, you know, we've got the appropriate office in place, and it doesn't any one of my tax risks, you know, if there's a question or concern about something. So like, I really want to reallocate who's doing what. I'm very concerned about the fact that we have one staff member that does utility billing and payroll, and she's awesome at it. But she's also a single point of failure because everybody else is so taxed with what they're currently doing to keep up with their work. They don't have time to fully, you know, continually train and learn on those systems. And those are some complicated processes, especially with utility billing and everything that can go wrong with that. And so, you know, this really will set us up for a more structured foundation, you know, a much greater support. So if we do have, you know, staff vacancy, we can very, you know, easily fill that for a short term. Right now, we can't. And bringing in a contracted temporary help has not served us well. The past year, I can comment on personal experience. It really just sets us back. You know, being able to support that and to continue to provide services, continue to maintain that history and knowledge is just so important, especially as we face those, you know, challenges coming up. You know, we really need to, you know, have a team in place to be able to handle everything that's involved, and just the reporting, like the reporting capabilities in OpenGov. It's really unimaginable. I mean, we're just starting to get a taste and flavor of all the things that we can build in the dashboards and how we can, you know, utilize those tools to provide us information to make good decisions going forward. And I really want to be able to utilize that.
It's super helpful. I think your explanations of clarified as well, sort of, that's why I'm still gonna be a period of transition, but at the end of that, some stabilization. I think it's rarely where we're looking sort of for that investment fund, so I appreciate it.
Councilmember Napoli?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm excited to hear about just the focus on separation of duties and efficiencies and utilizing OpenGov. One thing I'm curious about is on the, I think it was the workforce analysis. It suggested potentially a senior accountant or a finance manager. I'm just curious how it was decided to go for the suggest the finance manager over a senior accountant.
What I've in looking at, because we had actually looked at like deputy finance director, finance manager, senior accountant, and looking at specifically, our team and our needs. There seems to be this big gap between what I do as finance director and what our accountant does. We need someone in the middle. I need someone that has enough experience and confidence to just have that daily oversight of what everybody's doing, making sure everything's getting done, everything's, everybody's got what they need to do, as well as managing some of that consistent management, like producing quarterly finance reports, managing our internal service funds, managing, contracts and assets, grant funding, and it takes that, I think, a little bit higher level than just a senior accountant. We need somebody, because our accountant right now manages our general ledger. All the revenues in, all the spend out, all the reporting, that's that goal. I need someone that's a little bit broader, in what they're supporting, bringing that knowledge in to just help that day-to-day management of the entire team.
Thank you. Do you think, just follow up on that, do you think that this will satisfy kind of the recommendation to have more oversight on our contracting and just all of it?
It definitely is going to help. That's part of this role as well, because I know we've kind of been lacking in the finance team's ability to, look at contracts and support contracts and, as well as, our assets and all of the other things that we're just kind of not quite living up to the expectation of what we should be doing. This role is absolutely going to help support that. Definitely help supporting our departments too, because I didn't quite mention it, but the other thing is we're looking to transition cash receiving into the finance department as well. Like right now, we can't do cash receiving because our staff do billing. Having this person will allow us to separate some duties out to be able to do that. That's a really heavy lift for this city clerk's office right now. Opening all the mail and processing all the payments on a regular basis is huge. And we're noticing some mistakes, which probably has to do with the staff member that's doing that right now. But there's a lot of distractions at the front desk, and their focus is customer service and walk-in, where the finance team would have the ability to actually focus and get cash receiving done appropriately and efficiently, and it's a better place for it to be. And so I think this role is going to help us support other departments, increase that support and manage all the things that we really need to be stepping up and doing more.
Other Councilmember Isaacson?
Yeah, asking for manpower all is hard, right? And that respects everything we're doing, anything that I ask or say, I'm not demeaning or mention what we did, right? But when we put things in place like OpenGov and automation, and we love all one employees that look for child gap for citizen money, because it's going to make things more efficient, more effective, and hopefully save us money. But we put it in place, and now we need more people to make it happen. You being fairly new, you're learning everything. You're still on a learning curve. we're bringing another manager, they'll be a learning curve, but as we implement things that open up the more efficient, effective processes, is there a vision that would reduce some of the manpower requirement in the future? I mean, we're full of making little places. I mean,
Sorry.
You too.
yeah.
Okay, so. Systems do help create some efficiency.
Mhm.
Systems also help create accountability, and, documenting, and that's what I look for our systems, to help us with. Check and balance, workflow approvals, being able to have everything documented in a system. A lot of the documentation that we're providing to our auditors, it's a paper sign up. Or can you tell me, do you have a signature on that? Is that signed off? But having it all in the system is amazing because it's electronically documented, and the accountability is all there. Also, the systems have the capability of retention. So all of our financials, the backup, documentation, the receipts are all uploaded in Sword looking up. So that's like super amazing. So, there's so much more that comes with the system other than I was going to create efficiencies. Like it does so much more for us, but it's a system, garbage in, garbage out. So like you have to be able to manage that. But I will say it's not, our city is growing, the number of events that we're having, the number of checks we're cutting is increasing, number of contacts, it's increasing. As we grow, that's increased, and it creates more work for us. So I would say it's, I don't look at our systems providing efficiencies. Yes, they do, and it's a much easier way to do it. And so our team can, take on a little bit more capacity. But it's also keeping us, relevant and having all of these tools, to easily and quickly, because like all our directors can click into our financials and pull up data for themselves to instantly make some decisions. There's so much value there. And as our future is becoming challenging, with revenue, it's going to take a bigger team to be more detailed. I went through the same thing in my prior job with the university, and enrollment being reduced. We really had to look at, in the past we would trend, oh, our revenue is up and down percentages as we're paying in our budget. But you get to the point where you really got to dig into the detail and who's in what class, who's, signing up for things. Like we're to the point where we got to dig into our detail. We had to understand where our revenue's coming, where we can push for to create a, opportunity management, so we know better what to expect. As well as managing where we're spending. So it takes more people to do that than going on and on. But you can tell I love my job. I'm very passionate about finance. But I'm also very passionate about, not just some of the processes something, and you can look at like, oh, well, you can upside and downside. There's going to be way to say it. It's wrong.
The other thing I would note is in each department, we need to also redundancy at the director level. So what we learned last summer is that by only having an accountant and an absence in a finance director, there was literally no one who could perform a state audit. There was no one who could produce a budget. There was no one who could produce quarterly financial reports. And Beth has taken a year to repair all of, frankly, the damage that we had by not having a functioning department and no redundancy at the management. And it's a huge risk. And we may find that in the audit this year. That we'll look at that period of time and say, I don't expect anything, but it certainly was not this far.
I mean, and every finance director operates differently. I'm very open and transparent. My team might not know specifically how to do things, but they know, I share all the information of what I'm doing, what's going on with the city, the financial health of the city. But they know enough to assist and help them find some information. You know, so like they are my backup, like I don't do anything in a vacuum, like, and I delegate, I give them opportunities. You know, to be a part of things, so like our accountant doesn't have the capacity right now to actually work on the budget, like I've been doing the budget, myself. It's all me. But he has been sitting in our meetings, he has been learning and going in and exploring, and he's super excited to be able to have the capacity to actually do some budget work for the next round.
Other questions or comments? Our Councilmember Campbell?
Before that, you've got, you know, probably one of the most critical jobs. Keeping all balls up in the air, making sure that funding every program having the right trail in place. And, you know, I don't think you're ever gonna not need more help. I mean, it's that road, we're just gonna have to give them more reason. So I appreciate your job you're doing and more power to you.
I would just say, your dialogue with Councilmember Isaacson just made me think about it in a different way, because I think with public works, with community development, with police, it's just more tangible, like we have more parks, we have more people, we have more permits, we have more people in general that need support. And in finance, I think most people like numbers, that doesn't change, but it does, because if we think about it in terms of workload, the more we grow, the more every workload increases. So I appreciated that conversation. I think it's like amazing.
Requirements. Well, if you have this-
And I would look at it from like, I look at it as, I don't want to expose my staff to a situation that may put them at risk for fraud, you know?
I don't see any more. Oh, sorry. I was like looking right back.
Is the federal, odd limit still 750,000?
We kind of got out, like this year, ARPA funds, even though they're federal, they fall under a different, so it's a smaller type audit that they've added onto our current audit. Depending on where we are next year, we might qualify for that, but we might qualify for the full.
See or hear any other comments or questions?
Goodness, what's the last one for tonight? That's the last one for tonight. Okay. Yeah. So with that, one last thing I'll remind you, I know there was a last tonight to think about. So if you think of more questions, what we agreed on is you would email them to me. And please use budget questions in your subject lines so that they're easy for me to filter out and figure out and create a rule in my Outlook and all that kind of stuff. But just makes it easier so I can send them to Cynthia on Thursdays. So with that, we are adjourned at 9:36.